interpretation. You're like, no. Very simple. You just first of all let's establish what he was, what happened to him, what are his like fundamental character traits. And it's like, oh, here's one. He'll do absolutely anything for his family, even kill himself.
No, no,
Whoops.
he won't do that anymore. He'll kill
No,
his
yeah.
family if he has the slight sensation that maybe, just maybe, one of his
And
fucking
the guy we debated, fucking Alex as well, like they all say he does actually nearly kill Vader in the original. So, you know, him threatening a defenseless sleeping boy in his bed it's just the same.
Wait, who's Alex? Who's that?
I hate everything.
Oh, right. Someone else asked me about Alex, and they were talking about my friend Alex that does my podcast. And I was like, I don't think me and MauLer ever debated him, but okay. So, should we watch this video?
Well, I mean, are you streaming, or
Yeah, we just went live.
do you want to give it a sec so people can flow in?
Yeah. Someone in the chat's like, Civil War. Because I put it down as Wolf and MauLer versus Just Right, so that ought to be.
I wonder if there's probably not going to be a problem, right? You can like play the video and you won't get like hit with a fucking strike for that now, will you?
Well, he better fucking not hit me with a strike. Because it's fair use, bitch.
Don't criticize me. It's about interpretation, damn it. Do you want me to set up a watch together?
Oh, I sent you one in the chat thing. What the hell happened?
Oh, lordy, lordy,
oh,
lordy.
right. I gotta set up my mic on OBS now.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Output. Where the fuck is the mic settings on OBS?
Oh yeah, you should probably let your audience know. We haven't seen this video yet. That's why it's going to be even more fun.
Ah, here it is. Okay. That should be better now. It was running off of my fucking webcam mic. I still have so many settings I still have to set up with my new PC, so I'll just wait and see if the chat, if the fucking thing's working now. Yeah. I got like a little intermission screen for us, so whenever the video's paused, it'll just flip back to this. Did you guys hear that The Last Jedi got a Saturn award? Oh yeah, we were just talking about that. I've never heard of that in my life. What is it exactly? Yeah. There's that award for like worst movie, but I don't remember what that's called. Yeah. Saturn is SJW. Yeah, that's why it's got a fucking ring around it, dude. It's like the Uranus Award, but less kinky. Ah, got it. But he's still autistic. Well, this is the first time he's ever made a response to a video that he's done, so... Yeah. Hold on. I think there's something wrong with your audio on my end. Everyone was like, why is MauLer so quiet? And I was like, That's not the case. Ah, here we go. I found a thing.
There we go. Now people should be able to hear you. I don't know what happened. Because you were on for a while, and then it just decided not to do it anymore. It's fucking weird.
So, what I was saying was, like, would you consider it like almost a litmus test in terms of the amount of hate you get? So that, is it a coincidence that me and you got way more approval compared to the last Just Right and I Hate Everything? What I'm trying to say is, does that tell you that more people hated the film versus liked it? Or does that have nothing to do with anything? That's just, that's just based on completely other metrics.
Well, unless people just really like hearing the two of us shit on the things they like, I'd say that most people hate it.
Still can't hear me? What have you done?
I mean, it shows your audio coming in.
Oh, hang on. I'll just listen to the stream myself.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think of that.
What have you done?
I mean, it shows your audio.
Oh, yeah, apparently they can hear me,
it shows you. Or at least I turned on the audio on the stream in it. So, there was a brief area where people couldn't hear you, but it's fixed now. We got it.
So, do you want to give, like, a run-up? Like, yeah, Just Right released a video.
Right.
Just now-ish.
So, I've been subscribed to Just Right for a while, and I saw one of his videos in my feed. He released a Last Jedi video a while back. Both of us watched it, and both of us hated it, as well as a lot of other people. And now I guess he's responding to that video and doubling down on his wrong opinion.
Well, this looks like it's an overall thesis about art assessments in general, which me and you are not a fan of the idea that everyone is right, no matter what you say. It's all subjective. It's like, no, you don't... I'm just, because when we did this with so many people, you just take a definitive fact about the film that's wrong, that's a mistake, and then you go, so that's objective, right? And then they're like stuck in their corner, like, no, it's subjective. You're like, it's objective. You have to agree. They're like, no, please. But,
yeah.
As soon as they accept one point, it's over, because then it's just about the argument and the evidence. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, like I was telling you earlier, he's argued against a lot of the things that he argued for in The Last Jedi in his Hobbit videos. So, I can tell you right now, he's not... He's just being deceptive either to himself or to his audience or to fucking both of them. He's just put himself in this little box where he's like, oh, Star Wars can't be bad.
Let's just hope this video doesn't say anything too awful. It's just a nice little opinion ramble.
I don't have too much hope in it, to be honest.
Neither do I.
You're in the Watch Together page, right?
Yep.
Alright. Let's watch. If I can get... Hold on. What the fuck?
Imagine from your title that a lot of people might assume we're, like, debating him live or something.
Oh, yeah. Well, that ain't the case. Hold on. Fucking OBS. Probably should have worked on this beforehand, rather than decide to do this immediately right off the fucking bat. Like, oh, hey, let's stream. Okay, now we're good. No debate, unsubscribed.
Oh, what did you name it to? Sorry?
Wolf and MauLer versus Just Right.
Oh, I thought you were changing it because you wanted to...
No, I was changing the OBS settings.
Oh, right, okay.
Because it was fucked. Apparently the video has to load. Waiting. It's taking its sweet-ass time. What the fuck? Oh.
The last...
What the fuck? Hold on, you might need to play it. Watch Together never likes me.
Well, your stream only just came up for me as well. There we go, it's up now.
Jedi were shown...
Is that working for you?
Just paused after a second.
A
Yeah.
What the fuck? Is it doing the same thing for you?
No, yeah, I deliberately paused it. I'm going to rewind it to 0 and play for 3 seconds.
3 different perspectives.
Yeah.
Luke's lie about...
So that worked for you?
Yeah, that worked.
Alright, so we should be good to go. Here we go.
what happened, Kylo's version of the events, and then what we assume is the truth. These characters can't agree on the basic facts of what happened. There's a similar problem between the people who liked this movie and the ones who hate it.
That's not necessarily true, is it? We get shown one perspective, then the other, and then the truth. That's how that film goes.
Yeah, and they're both aware of what the actual truth is.
Yeah, but they both play it as if the other one was more evil in it. I'm pretty sure that was the message of the film. And you know what? I'm going to take this opportunity to say that's what's going to happen here. We'll have two arguments presented, and then the truth will be figured out.
Someone in the chat said, we was subverted and shit.
Hated it, who often feel like they have seen completely different films. And it's weird that art is like this. Today I want to look at why.
I'm sure you'll have a great...
Hang on. Is it weird that art is like this? I don't think so.
I think that's how all art is, but okay.
It's not even just art. It's like, it applies to politics, society. Like, of course, because everybody has different information. That's the whole point. For example, everybody really liked Kevin Spacey up until we found out certain things about him. It's like, oh yeah, there was information we were lacking that prevented us from having a full perspective, sort of thing. So like, everybody's got different amounts of information. Thus, that's what the whole point of our videos are, right? They're supposed to share information with other people. So like, they watch a film and then they go, huh, it looked fine to me. What could they have a problem with? And then they watch the video and they go, oh shit, okay.
Yeah, I still like Kevin Spacey. You can rape all the children you want. That's fine. I'll still love you. 21 is the best movie.
I'm sure he's in the chat right now. Like, yes.
Yeah, he's waiting on me. You know, back on my old channel, this is a fun fact, I had several videos where I, like, pretended to be, like, madly in love with Kevin Spacey. And in retrospect, after the whole thing came out about him, it's like, oh, okay, Kevin. Well,
why'd you do this, Kevin?
Why'd you betray me, Kevin?
By the way, I'm gonna see if I actually snapped it because I remember this happening. He changed his the name of his video. It wasn't always that.
Yeah, I think he changed it
that's
really
much more
because
useful.
after he uploaded it.
Yeah, because he got in trouble.
I think he was something like something about how
the incredible characters of The Last Jedi. I think
yeah,
that's
it
what
was something like that.
And yeah, a lot of people were like, "The fuck."
You're wrong.
He changed it to this because you have to watch his video to know whether or not what he's just said is true, right? Like, that's the whole point there. It's not... Well, I mean, do you remember fucking reading that shit and being like, what the hell is the 7 basic questions of narrative drama? What is that?
I mean, I looked it up on Google afterward, and I was like, did you just make this shit up, or...
It's like, why... Tell me why you need that to, you know, explain why The Last Jedi is of quality. It's like, why do you need this crazy fucking thing that no one's heard of before?
7 basic questions of narrative drama. You choose the fucking Last Jedi of all movies. Like, even if The Last Jedi was good, why would you choose any Star Wars movie in general for that?
So the original was called The Wonderful Characters of Star Wars The Last Jedi.
Oh my god.
And he got in lots of trouble for that. And this is the thing. I'm willing to hear you out if you're going to tell me that there is one character that really works in this film. I'd be like, be careful who you choose. But his argument was basically every single fucking character was amazing. It's like, oh no.
Well, I mean, maybe if he chose Admiral Akbar.
He was relatively unharmed in the film in terms of they just killed him.
Yeah,
we don't have to see him humiliated drinking milk or anything.
Yeah, he didn't have, like, any lines, so they didn't destroy his character. I mean, they literally destroyed his character by, like, blowing him up, but I mean, like...
Do you remember the bit in his video where he's like, and so many people say that Holdo just could have told him the plan, but Holdo didn't trust him, and then he plays a clip where Holdo's just like, you're reckless, you're impulsive, and it's like, yeah, I saw the film too. That doesn't justify her basically getting everyone killed. That's not how that works.
Yeah, remember that part where she was just standing on the bridge alone, watching as everyone got blown out of the sky? You know, that
I haven't heard a counter argument for that either. The people, it's like you literally have to just press a bunch of buttons. But she's like, "Oh, I better think about it." It's like, what was she thinking about? She was planning on dying anyway. What happened to it?
Yeah. But no,
let's push on, shall we?
She was a wonderful character.
Comments on my last video where I argued that the film had a basic level of dramatic competency, and many of the comments.
Wait a second, he's making that sound like he was relatively neutral to the film. Like, it was decent. It's like, no, you made it sound like it was a fucking masterpiece.
Given that his fucking original title was literally calling it the wonderful characters?
The wonderful.
It's like, no, you were definitely very, very positive in that video.
Yeah, there's no point in trying to, like, it's available. He made a point about how every single character was serving a purpose. Like, don't even bother trying to say, it was like, oh, it was just standard dramatic writing.
Said, that's all well and good, but ticking boxes
said
does
standard
not
competent dramatic writing. It's like, oh, so now that's the script. You're going back and just saying it's competent.
I agree with this comment. He's going to probably counter this now.
That's all well and good, but ticking boxes does not a good story make. Fuck you. Stop switching words around when they shouldn't be. The real problem with The Last Jedi is in the execution. That's true. Thanks for putting on this
interpretation. The actual definition interpretation, because I feel like he's going to fuck up the word interpretation soon. When people interpret things while, you know, like, basically ignoring problems, and they're just like, yeah, this. I've already had arguments about how in depth the new Jurassic Park is, about how it shows us sort of the downside of cloning and how the ethics of cloning is brought into question. I was just like, are you kidding? Like, it's so funny, the scene where they're like, "Why, you're gonna take care of this girl? Don't you know she's a clone?"
I love how they fucking revealed that as though anyone gave even half a shit. It's like, okay,
so dude. They're like, oh shit, yeah, she's a clone. We need to have the reveal. Have them bump into the bad guy randomly, and then have the bad guy go, by the way, you sure you want to look after her? She's a clone after all. It's like, why would he say that? What?
I mean, her being a clone had nothing to do with anything in that movie, aside from at the end where she was like, oh, I just realized I was a clone 15 minutes ago. Now I'm really super attached to all other clones. So I must free all of them.
Can you just say, like, oh, aren't you attached to them anyway because they're all living things and we're all living things? It's like, do you need the whole clone aspect?
No, she's got to be a clone. That's the plot twist. It's good writing.
They are like me. It's like, not really, love. They're dinosaurs, but sure.
Oh.
Anyway,
the Amber Cane breaking.
Story make. The real problem with The Last Jedi is in the execution. And in case it wasn't clear in that video, yes, I agree that simply answering the 7 questions I brought up in that video doesn't automatically mean you have a great story. Those questions are a starting point. It's more like if you don't answer any of them, your story will lack energy. If you...
Energy?
I mean, Blade Runner doesn't have a whole lot of energy, but that's still a great fucking movie.
But that's so... What is energy?
Does he mean, like, excitement, enthusiasm?
Fun? I don't know, all the subjective words? Let's get the book out. It's like, what's the point of saying energy? It'll lack energy, okay. No idea what that shit means.
Do answer them. Great. There's 1,000 more steps to go before you're done.
So if you don't answer them, you will lack energy. If you do answer them, there are 1,000 more steps to go to making a good story. That's what we've learned today.
My channel wouldn't exist if it was otherwise. But as to the notion that this film has bad execution, that is the question of this video, because how do we determine what constitutes well executed? How do viewers form an opinion of a film when they like some parts of it but hate others? How do they choose what to value and prioritize, and when do they make those choices?
Well, if your story's fucking broken, that's pretty...
He's prepping it all to say it's all subjective. He's getting there. I'm already getting antsy. I'm like, please don't. Please don't say there's no way to figure out execution, please.
Questions that I will not...
People need to realize that writing is measurable. You can actually look at something and be like, okay, this is objectively badly written, and you can point to the reasons why. That's not subjective.
For me, I'm just like, yeah, just how do you fight against, like, you know, Captain Phasma's an awful character, and they'd be like, oh, how do you make an argument for the reverse? And it usually comes down to, well, Boba Fett's bad, and be like, that's not. Let's leave that alone.
Okay, so one character sucks, so that means that another character is allowed to suck too. What?
It's not a good argument. It's like, oh well, I know my shit stinks, but yours does too, which means none of them stink. It's like, no, that's not how that works.
Well, you see, this thing's retarded, but this other thing is also retarded, so that cancels out the retardation.
Yeah, whataboutism, that's what that is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not an actual, like, you're not focusing on the fucking subject.
Fully answer by the end of the video, but if we're even to begin to investigate them, we have to talk about something called reader response theory.
Why?
What the fuck is that?
Why? Oh, dude, did you ever see my parody video on fucking April?
Yes, this is like exactly the kind of shit that you were saying throughout that whole entire video.
You put bullshit on the screen and it makes people go, ooh, what's reader response theory?
Reader response theory. I mean, first off, reader response, we're not reading a fucking movie, you dipshit.
Oh, man.
How is this even remotely relevant?
It's going to go in my next April Fool's video. Reader response theory, my ass.
You can just parody Just Right.
Call it Just Wrong.
Please do that. Just write that down somewhere and like pin it on your desktop so you'll remember.
I'll just put the name Just Wrong.
Keep breaking my fucking chair.
See, because this is the thing, Rand. Like, my videos are long, but I never pull these things out of my ass. I'm literally just like, okay, use simple words, because why not? It's like, whatever he's about to explain, why did he need this introduction to it, right? That'll be my question at the end of it, pretty much.
Just shite.
Oh, here we go.
Which means I'll have to stop using my theory textbook as a mic stand and actually do some reading.
Oh, cool. Good.
So this is another thing that's actually controversial with me. I'm assuming you get questions about what you've read a lot, and you can answer it in many, many, many ways. But nobody answered it in my first Q&A, but they're probably going to do it eventually. My depressing answer for what books have I read is literally like, oh, 2.
A Song of Ice and Fire.
Neither of them to do with film theory. And it's like, okay, so what education have you had? I'm like, none for film. I had, English and maths and science.
I actually have taken a couple college film classes.
Well, this is the thing. So they'll be like, okay, MauLer, how the fuck do you know what you know? And I'll be like, I just watched a lot of films, like a ridiculous amount, and I noticed patterns. That's it. That's all it comes down to. So you're never going to catch me saying this shit where I go, reader response theory. Have you seen all the I've got it paused in a different part to you, but he's got like this little paragraph where basically every word is underlined. There's ideal readers, super readers, implied readers, virtual readers, real readers, hysterical readers, resisting readers, critical readers, and more. Now, does that not already sound incredibly pretentious?
I don't even know what the fuck to make of that at all. I mean, the fact that he was like, I'm gonna whip out my fucking textbook, it's like, oh, okay, I see where this is going.
And I always have a question to ask whenever someone does these references, because near enough all the people I like, I'd say like a good 50% of the people I actually like on YouTube have these moments where they go, from the book, blah, 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 person, blah, 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 says, blah, blah, blah. I did a fucking parody of that too. At the end of it, I'm like, did we need that? And I'm sorry, but why is this person like the be-all and end-all of fucking, how we judge scripts? Like, what? Who are they? What did they do? Like, and you could explain that, but like, I don't really see the need for this. Like, what was? Is it just because you want to be like, look, guys, I read? Like,
I mean, I can point at the fucking 4 bookshelves in my room right now, and I can be like, look at all the books I have. I mean, not many of them are fucking textbooks, and I don't pretentiously underline every other fucking sentence in the books, but,
Because at least I'll give H. Bomber Guy credit where he's like, I literally just fucking don't even know if this thing exists, but I'll give it a name because it seems to be popping up in places. At least with that, I can be like, oh, well, that sounds genuine at the very moment. But like here, it sounds like he's trying to bring out a magic bullet, and he's like, I'm not saying he's doing this, but it comes across a little bit as an appeal to authority, where it's like, look, this person said this, it's in a book, it's a thing. And you're like, all right.
If this textbook that no one's ever read has said it, then it must be true for this piece of shit movie. Thanks, Just Right.
Well, here we go.
So
actually, I kind of want to get these down. I'm going to just snapshot.
Oh, that's what you were looking at. I guess my screen is a little lagged behind.
Oh, so yeah, you can see it now, right?
Yeah.
Like, why did he underline all of them?
I
Why don't you put a star next to it?
Super readers? What the fuck?
I mean, dude, I did read these out. Like, did you not catch these?
Well, I was looking all over the screen, like trying to find them, and I was like, "What's he saying?"
Do you know why I love this? Because me and you are so like casual compared to whoever wrote this book, right? We're just like, I watched the film, it's bad. Here's why. Bye. Well, he'd be like, I have studied film in the mountains of Erajea, and you're like, okay. So what did you learn? It's like super readers. I'm like, what's that? Well, they're not the same as implied readers.
Virtual readers. Okay.
What the fuck does any of this mean?
Historical readers.
Virtual reader.
Ideal readers. That's the one you want to be. You want to be the ideal reader, the one who reads
Does
Tolkien.
The historical reader only read history? Is that how that works?
Is virtual reading like fucking watching Pan's Labyrinth and reading the subtitles so you can understand what the fuck anyone's saying?
I like
because in that case, I guess I'm a virtual reader because I really like that movie.
Resisting readers where they're like, I don't want to read anymore. And you're like, no, you will read. Continue. Like, no. Critical readers. There you go. That's us.
Here.
That's what we are.
Here's Robert Jordan. Read it. You must. You must stop fucking resisting.
I'm trying to see what else we can see on here. Like, heresy of paraphrase.
Dominant mode of modern criticism?
Dude,
what the fuck
is it just me
supposed to mean?
Can you see on the right page, like the page on the right, the
heresy of paraphrase?
That's bad as well, but look at forbid us to locate meaning. Look at how bad the line he wrote on that is. It actually went through the word. Dude, use a highlighter if you're gonna do that.
Don't fucking write in your books. I hate that. I don't
crossed out a word.
I don't.
Why did you do that,
dude? I will buy a new fucking book if the spine is broken because I don't like that. Why people write in their shit is annoying to me.
This is apparently his theory book, but he's willing to like poop all over it. I would have thought that you'd want to just make notes yourself instead of. I mean, I think it's a joke in Buffy, funnily enough. But it's like, what is the point in highlighting like everything on the page? It's all just like keep the page. I don't know. Maybe we're being too critical here. Let's.
Someone in the chat said, "Mark the page with a sticky note, you barbarian."
Yes.
He'd mark it with about 50 fucking sticky notes. Just make a fucking Google Doc. Come on.
I'm looking forward to the remaining 10 minutes where he's going to explain all these different readers.
Yeah.
What is reader response theory? Well, it's a type of literary theory.
Oh my god.
He's really doing this? That's exactly like my fucking parody video, where I said the red car law moves into fucking hyperphysical ventilation.
I mean, the fucking graphics on the screen, we've talked about this before, how it's just put there to distract you so you're not actually paying attention to the commentary.
Ask yourself this, well, fucking both me and your videos, is there ever a fucking editing choice that's not just done for utility purposes, as in, I need to show this, here that this is, instead of like, check this out. And you're like, ooh. It's like, did he need to put literary theory on screen with the nice buzzing words? Nice and clean. It's like, I don't know.
I mean, unless you're gonna put like a bunch of bullet points and shit and like give the definition on a black screen, then there's no reason for this.
Oh, and someone said they belong in a VHS. Like, yeah, that's clearly the style he's going for there, isn't it?
Yeah, he's going for the fucking pyrocynical style because apparently people still think that's relevant.
Literary theories are a bunch of different ways of analyzing.
What is this?
Oh my god, are you really? Just explain what fucking reader response theory is.
What the hell is this?
Queer theory.
Oh, wait, let me load up more of it for you.
Marxist theory.
Is that loaded up all 9 for you?
Yeah, feminist theory, queer theory. I want to know what queer theory is. Is that like a theory?
Oh, why? We've got okay. So, in case anyone's not following, the reader response theories, subgenre literary theory, subcategory deconstruction, queer theory, cultural studies, feminist. You're just like, hang on. I thought we were talking about The Last Jedi.
Someone in the chat wrote queef theory, rape theory, Nazi theory, herder my 80s retro, or trapscape.
I don't... Like, seriously, what the hell? His other videos made a little bit more sense than this.
Fucking queer theory. Is that like the theory of like how to suck a dick or something? I mean...
I don't know if it's a legit thing or not. Like, is he actually referencing queers, or is it the classical definition?
Flat Earth theory.
Structuralism.
Cerebral gaming theory.
Didn't we have to get through all of the reader versions? Now we got to get through all the theories. Come on, just right. You're giving us too much.
New historicism. What the fuck is that one on the left? Psychoanalyst theory.
That does make sense, I suppose.
We need to psychoanalyze just right.
Yeah, I kind of want to get these down just because this is going to get parodied so hard when it comes around to April Fool's Day again.
Maybe you should just you should just remake this entire video like word for word.
Re-upload his video.
Exactly.
You'll be like, wow, that was a great parody.
Rose Tico theory.
New historicism. What? Like, because I usually make up stupid shit, right? But I don't need to make up anything. I can just use these ones.
Yeah. Wow.
New historicism it sounds like a fucking what's the term, like when a word or two sets of words like counter each other?
A double.
Can't remember. There's like a word for it. That's not what I'm looking at. I think it was like a wet desert sort of thing.
I don't know.
Oxymoron.
That's it.
Yeah, new historicism to me. So it's like what wait, what?
New historicism, structuralism, autism. Yeah, where's autism? Right, come on.
Let's get some more fucking buzzwords here going. Come on, just right.
In this case, we can extend it to film or art in general. Think of them as lenses you can look through that will reveal different meanings.
Just tell us what it fucking means.
Well, I think that is he trying to say that if you're queer, you'll see it as one thing. If you're a psychoanalyzer, you'll see it as another thing. If you're a feminist, you'll see it as another thing.
If you're a faggot, you'll see it as something else.
Don't necessarily disagree with him, but what has this got to do with whether or not you get the fucking facts right?
If you're a retard, you might see a good movie.
It's like, you know how he attacks him with a lightsaber here, or defends himself with a lightsaber through a certain lens. They are holding dildos. That is a certain lens. That is a lens. And you're like, I don't think that's a lens, bro. I think that's just something's wrong.
Seem pretty dry, and they are, but it's also what gets you beyond merely saying that a story is good or bad. So this handy little diagram is a nice summation of how these theories operate and interrelate.
So is he actually going to explain what this fucking
bloody hell? I was kidding when I said let's get another set of shit here, but we've actually moved on to another thing now.
Did he just like flip over what we were supposed to be fucking? Can we go? What was the fucking theory even called? I'm gonna Google search it since I don't think he's actually gonna bring it up again.
Oh wait, you mean reader's response theory? I think it was.
Reader response theory. Here we go. Google. It's since he's not gonna fucking give it to us. A theory which gained prominence in the late 1960s that focuses on the reader or audience reaction to a particular text, perhaps more than the text itself. The fuck? Reader response criticism can be connected to post-structuralism's emphasis on autism. Jesus fuck.
Enough isms. I can't keep track of the isms.
Can we just get a fucking straight answer, please? Come on, guys. Okay.
relate. Some analyze the text's relationship to the context of its creation and what it says about the world, while others analyze the work by what it says about the artist. But today we're looking at how audiences interact with...
See, why do you need to make it this complicated? When we judged The Last Jedi, we didn't judge it by what it says about the artist or the universe or the audience. It was like, no, just a script analysis. That's it. And be like, yes, but the analysis was in what lens? And be like, what do you mean, what lens?
What does it matter?
Because I think he's trying to, like, you know, like he said about the whole, if you are a psychoanalyzer, you see it from one way. If you're queer, you see it from another way, which is just odd. He's looking at you. The way he would talk to us would be like, yeah, you guys are just one of many ways of looking at it.
You just are shallow, MauLer. You don't look into movies. You only see what's on the surface.
See from one lens, the mall lens.
The mall lens.
Trademark
that, please.
You're the one who's a fan of this channel. What would your response be if he said your perspective is literally just that? It's just a lens to see the film through.
Well, I can't really say I'm too much of a fan of his channel at this point. I used to be, because I thought he was good, but then he started making this shit. At this point, I don't know how to fucking respond to any of this word soup. He's pulling a fucking Jordan Peterson on us and just throwing out a bunch of fucking terms and just expecting us to just
I can't believe
say okay.
that he's thrown out fucking more words than I would have done in this amount of time in my parody video.
I mean,
because
Jesus
the reason
Christ.
I slow it down is that people will find it hard to keep laughing if they keep, you know, it's an overload of jokes. But apparently he thought he could just keep it going. And if you throw enough words out there, they'll be convinced again that you actually are serious.
Yeah. Apparently this is what constitutes as an argument. Let's just flip between 30 different subjects that have, like, literally fucking nothing to do with the last shit. What are we talking about at this point now?
As the Sam has just said, for both me and you now, whenever we begin a video, we're going to have to put a little disclaimer saying, bear in mind, this is from our lens, okay? So
It's just our opinion,
so hopefully
bro.
that accounts for it. And yeah, so you just figured it out, right? That's what he's trying to do here. He's going to be like, opinions. That's all it really is. And be like, no! You step back. How dare you?
But he's got pretty graphics in his
and
videos.
to do that, we'll need the help
Oh, yes.
of Stanley Fish. Sorry,
What the fuck?
Stanley Fish. He's a literary critic at the forefront of the reader...
Jesus Christ, he's at the forefront of the reader response literary movement. What does that even mean?
White people. I don't know.
It's just, you know, this is one of the things I pointed out, I think it was in my Outlast videos, that these are the kind of videos I hated, but for gaming. So Downward Thrust is essentially, you know, this, but with games. But not as high quality. I know I say that in quotation marks. His is much simpler, right? It's just fucking gameplay and he just rambles on. But saying he was at the forefront of read response literary movements or whatever, I want to pause in front of his main audience and be like, what did he just say? And they'd be like, wait, sorry, what? They'd be like, yeah, you don't know, do you? You're just listening. You don't even like take in the words he's saying. You're just like, yeah, that sounds like it's a thing. Good. Thumbs up.
I mean, the fact that it's been like, what, 2 minutes since he brought up reader response theory and he still hasn't actually explained what that is. He's just gone to like 15 different subjects already.
I think that's what he's saying it is. It's all these different ways to look at a thing. Is that what he's saying reader response theory is?
I don't fucking know.
response theory movement in large part because of his 1976 paper Interpreting the Variorum, where he argues that we can't be sure about what a text is saying because everything we think it's saying is a result of our own interpretations. And since we make decisions while interpreting a text, filling in its ambiguities, we are writing the text.
he's
doing it again.
I already. This is. I think the argument I had with The Right Opinion opens with this, right? I would be saying the same thing to Just Right. I'd be like, I'm not going to have this argument unless we agree that reality is a thing, that we don't have interpretations of reality, that we don't look at the same fucking brick and one of us goes, oh, it's a unicorn. It's like, no, this is a brick. We're agreed on what a brick is, right? And it's like, well, we are, but it is based entirely upon the assumption that that's a brick. Like, you haven't picked it up, you haven't tested it scientifically, and we've not actually agreed on the definition of a brick or the molecules that make up a brick. And you'd be like, fuck off, it's a brick. It's like, can we skip that part? And you'd be like, no, see, with films, with stories, in Jurassic Park, for example, it's like, well, what was Dr. Alan Grant's childhood? We're never shown that. So you do have to fill in the blanks a little bit, don't you? So it's everyone's interpretation. You'd be like, wow. That's the world you want to live in for analysis, huh?
Someone in the chat said, Anakin, the Chancellor Palpatine is evil. Well, according to reader response theory...
You didn't read the fucking reader response theory. Check out how different ways you could read a thing. God.
Well, you see, when I killed all those younglings, according to reader response theory, I did it for a good reason.
I always like the you know, like, you can interpret stuff sometimes in terms of was this action a metaphor for a homosexual relationship or something like that in some film, and then you have the lead writer tell you no.
Yeah.
And so you're like, oh fuck, like, I really did. And see, to me, that is a moment of, oh, so it's not then. And then Just Right would be like, well, it is your interpretation, so technically speaking, it is just as valid. And I'd be like, no, it's not.
You know who Just Right is?
The writer just told you that that's not the case.
Who he's currently reminding me of is my senior year... What fucking class was that? It was like reading... No, I don't fucking remember exactly what the class was, but something to do with like reading analysis shit. And I remember this one unbelievably stupid quote from my teacher at the time, where she was like, everything is symbolism, even if it's not meant to be. And I feel like he's going under the same kind of idiotic principle that she was.
Yeah, like,
even though that makes absolutely no fucking sense.
Even if I didn't have what I consider to be a strong argument against it, I wouldn't want to live in that fucking world anyway, right? Because, like, you don't get to scale anything. Nothing matters anymore, because it's just everything is great at the same time as terrible. Everything is amazing and awful. Everything is okay. Everything is just everything, because it's all interpretation. The sun is actually just an ant, but it's a round yellow ant.
A really big, hot,
and really shiny.
It burns when you don't put sunscreen on.
And, like, they get offended by this idea, because they're like, what do you mean? That's, like, definitive. In scripts, there's nothing definitive. And you'd be like, words have meanings, dude. Like, there's this thing called a dictionary, and you don't really get to fight it, like, ever. So, I don't know. Kind of disagree with you there.
Well, according to reader response theory, we're supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. The chat is fucking great right now.
While we read it. As a result, meaning is different for every person. Or is it? The biggest critique against reader response theory is that if we're saying that every single person's reading of a text is valid, then it's impossible.
Well, of course their reading is valid. There's no question about someone fucking reading something being valid. Like, you know, like, if you come away from The Last Jedi and you say it's all a metaphor for communism or something, you'd be like, you're welcome to fucking think that, but you know, if you want to move this into the realm of is it provable, you have to bring a fucking argument to the table. You know, like, you can't just go, you just had that thought, and that's wrong. As in, like, it's wrong to have had that thought. You know, like, this is why they try and get both of us on. Like, you know, when we're like, no, Rose Tico did fucking interrupt Finn for no good reason. They'll be like, well, I think that she did it for a good reason, and you're invalidating my feelings. It's like, no, you're welcome to think that. I don't give a shit about what you're thinking. Like, let's get back to the land of trying to prove these things. So you got to move on. It's a different realm. You're moving from one to the other when you go from I think and feel these things to I actually want to prove these fucking things.
Yeah. He was just meandering all over the fucking place.
Because you got the whole... everyone was saying that Poe and Finn were totally gay in Force Awakens. I remember seeing the film being like, I mean, they're friends. They hug. I was like, I don't see anything more than that. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure they're gay. And then it was like confirmed that they're pretty much not gay now because they're both interested in different girls. And it's like, well, rip that theory.
We're never going to get our gay... Well... You know, Mark Hamill said that Luke is gay, so there we go. We already got our gay guy.
I mean, you had to say something. Lando is pansexual. He's got to catch up. No, me too.
Hashtag me
queer
too.
theory.
Fucking-
Yeah, and he's already covered this, the queer theory thing. So I'm definitely on the. I think Just Right would agree with me on this.
I think that Luke is actually pansexual because he's got a great relationship with R2.
Yeah, and that's beautiful, and it's throughout the OT and the prequels, even though Luke wasn't alive. And then you go to George Lucas like, that was your intention, right? And he's like, no. And they're like, well, reader response theory allows me to be valid.
Well, I mean, he had so many intimate conversations in that X-Wing. Who
You
even
see what
knows?
Expeditionist said, you see, officer, there's no body in my trunk. That's just your perception.
There's no blood on my hands. What are you
Read this
talking
book.
about?
To have any sort of conversation about art, because you can say that the Iliad is really about man's anxiety over extraterrestrial invasion or whatever you like,
And they'd be
because
wrong.
according to reader.
Yeah, well...
What the fuck are you talking
I was about
about?
to say, what do you can't... Okay. Look, this is very simple. He's making it blurry on purpose because it helps his videos to exist if these things are true. If you watch Infinity War and just go, well, I think it was commentary on Trump, you'd be like,
What?
how? It's like, because Trump wants to kill half the planet, right? No. You're like, oh, maybe it's not Trump then. You're like, okay, moving on. Next interpretation. Then someone says something like, oh, it's about sacrifice. You'd be like, give your argument. What's your evidence? Get some scenes and references in there. Instead of just going, well, everyone's welcome to their interpretation. It's just like, oh, yes, of course they are. You can't... the whole concept of invalidating feelings. Do people realize that's not even possible? Like, if I tell you your feelings are invalid, that does not invalidate them.
Yeah.
Because you still had them. They still existed. It would be like if, I'm trying to get, like, a driving license, and then some friend of mine goes, that license is invalid now. It's like, no, it's not. It's like, yes, it is. It's like, I said it is. It's like, oh, cool. It's not how it works. But, if you say it works like that, then no video you ever make in the past or future will ever be wrong, or will ever be inaccurate. Great.
Reader response theory, whatever you get out of the text is the text. But Mr. Fish has an answer, which he explains in an expansion to his original article. People usually don't have entirely unique readings of a text. We're more likely to fall into camps with other people who have come to the same conclusions. Fish calls these camps interpretive communities.
Oh my
he says
god.
That an interpretive...
How many
I was going to say, do you need me to point this one out? Like... I think he's starting to parody my parody.
I mean...
Interpretive community.
We still don't know what fucking reader response theory is. You fucking dipshit. You still haven't explained, like, your first fucking concept.
That's priceless, man. I'm not even kidding. It's like...
This is...
Do I dare go over my notes right now? Reader response theory, literary theory, interpretive community, deconstruction, queer theory, cultural studies... ideal reader, super reader, implied reader, virtual reader, the forefront of reader response literary movement, universal work, artist work, or audience work. These are all things that he's said in fucking under 4 minutes. How's that for concise? That's what people will call this. They'll be like, that's a very concise work. It's like, yeah, well, it's not really concise if you don't understand what the hell's going on.
Yeah, if you ask any of the people that actually liked this video, like what he said in this video, I can guarantee they won't actually know at all.
Well, no. Don't you understand? That's why this video works. They will have their interpretation.
I interpreted... Well, my interpretation is that this video was fucking retarded and is making me really question why I'm subscribed to this guy.
Interpretation. You're welcome to your interpretation. It's totally valid. Someone else said, I believe this video is a representation of modern combat in, across seas or something. And you'd be like, oh, that's valid. It's your interpretation.
I interpret this movie to be symbolism for faggotry.
Oh, well, at that point you'd be like, oh, well, I guess that's you're welcome to say that.
Yeah.
You'd be like, I feel a bit awkward. Huh?
I personally think that Luke Skywalker is a scaly, and that's why he decided to leave. Or no, he's a brony, because he, shouldn't be
made
accepted.
up of those who share interpretive strategies, not for reading, but for writing a text, for constituting their priorities and assigning their intentions. So I'm going to go ahead and read that again to myself, but are you making sense of that?
Not really. At all.
An interpretive community. So he's saying that a selection of people see a thing, and then they mostly fall into two groups. And you know what that means, right? Like, one guy comes out saying, I hated most of it, but I liked X. Then he goes in the hated it camp. Someone else goes, I love most of it, but I hated X. They go in the loved it camp. So he's saying these communities are made up of those who share interpretive strategies for writing a text. Now, I'm trying to be really fucking fair to him here. What does that mean? Interpretive strategies for writing a text.
Fuck.
I know this is some other guy's quote. This isn't his, so maybe he's going to explain it. But my God, like, way to fucking confuse
What
the
does
hell out of
that
me.
say? I mean, fuck.
For constituting their properties and assigning their intentions. I'm gonna hope to hell that he explains this.
Community is made up of those who share interpretive strategies, not for reading.
Oh, he's highlighting
in the
it.
conventional sense,
Must be
but for writing a
You
text.
can highlight this, but you can't highlight his fucking book, can he?
Constituting their properties and assigning their intentions. So basically, an interpretive community is predisposed to come to the same conclusions about a text because they've used the same methods to analyze it.
So what do you? So if you have a style of assessing media, then you're more likely to fall in with the group that has that same style, I think is what he's trying to say. Which is like, you may as well have said 1 + 1 = 2. Because let's be honest, when I saw Jurassic World 2, I was like, yeah, Wolf's gonna hate this. There's no chance that Wolf's gonna like this. So, because I know how you sort of, assess shit as you probably do with me, while I have no idea if Just Right would watch Jurassic World 2 and say it's a good film or not. I have no idea, because I don't understand what his scale for quality even is.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I understood his scale with his Hobbit videos, and then I saw this and Black Panther, and, well, he's kind of defied my expectations for what I thought his...
He subverted you? Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, he subverted me.
But yeah, so he's trying to say that I guess there's two camps. One camp could be ours. The other camp could be the people who liked The Last Jedi. And they're both equally valid. And they're made up of people who felt loads of different ways about the films. I think that's where he's going with this. Because I'm going to keep track on his main point. Because he's obviously trying to explain why we can't agree on The Last Jedi. Which isn't even true, by the way. Because plenty of people who loved the film... I had a comment recently, I meant to screenshot it, but I didn't, but someone basically said they agreed with everything in my video, but they still enjoy the film. And is there any way to explain that? And I was like, you don't need to, that's not something you need to worry about, it's fine. I enjoy plenty of things that are bad, and I don't enjoy plenty of things I actually define as good when I watch them. I'm like, oh, this is actually really well made, but I just don't give a shit about this content. Like, it happens. But a lot of people feel that that is cognitive dissonance, and that you have to have it solved, as in you need to find out why the film is actually good. Because I Hate Everything was like that. He was saying that he felt awkward because he was agreeing with all the flaws in the film, but he still liked the film, as if that's a problem. But it's not. Like, that's completely okay.
Yeah, I guess he didn't really listen to us when we explicitly told him that, and then he just kind of...
No. And yeah, so I guess let's just see where he goes with this again.
That's it. Since its introduction in the 1960s and 70s, reader response theory has been used not just for academic
What is the
readings
relevance of this clip, exactly?
I love that yeah, I know, that's true. But I love that he just said that reader response theory has been used, like, across, everything to do everything and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, if your definition of reader response theory is everyone has interpretations, because how could that not apply to literally fucking everything? Like the idea that he's like, here is a theory, here is the theory explained, and now I'm revealing to you that this has been used in many things this whole time. You didn't realize. And I'm like, all you did was explain that everyone has sees stuff, and they don't agree on it. It's like, this is not shocking to me. You've just given it a name that I didn't realize it apparently had, but I'm still not using that name in future. It's too fucking boring. It's like reader response theory. I don't want to sound like my head's up my ass.
Well, I don't think we're ever going to sound like that compared to the rest of this fucking video.
The fact that he used the Ratatouille clip, obviously that's the critic in that film, so I guess that's the only relevance it has.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just like, okay. Fair enough, I guess.
And niche and fan cultures consume
Oh,
media.
God, Darth
For example,
Maul.
in her book Reading the Romance, Janice Radway.
What the fuck is this? Are you kidding me? Women,
No,
patriarchy,
not
and
another
popular... Look at the subtitle: Women, Patriarchy, and Popular Literature. Yeah, this is a fucking book. This is something we should totally take seriously.
What does this have to do with this?
What the fuck?
No.
You rambling idiot.
Janice A. Radway. What a name. Oh, man. What a subtitle. Women, Patriarchy, and Popular...
Oh my god.
Alright. I mean, I thought we already had a book. Why did we need another book? This is only a 12-minute video. Calm down, man.
It's gonna be more like a 9-minute video because his outros are always like 3.5 fucking minutes long, so...
Oh, I always love to see how much they pad, though. I love that bit. It's like, because you reach like 9 minutes and then they start like
That's when the
up.
advertisement comes in.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Studied the reading practices of 42 lower middle class women who primarily read romance novels. She observed that these readers read rapidly, often skipping to the end, pay no attention to literary style, identify strongly with characters, especially heroines.
He said that she like went up to 42 women, and that was her fucking case study.
Apparently.
Wow.
There's
only 42 women in the world, dude.
I was going to say this is fucking irrelevant anyway. Are you actually going to argue that because a selection of women basically ignored literary standards and just wanted to fucking see what the relationship did in the book, they had no concern for actually standard? It's like, see? So you don't actually need to be concerned with standards for everyone. It's like, I know these people exist. They're people who don't care about quality. Like, we don't... I don't care about the... like, what are you gonna... Jesus Christ. Go watch Transformers then. Like, what difference does it make? If we don't want to talk about quality, right? If you want to go... There are some people out there who don't appreciate quality, so why should we say that it's definitive? It's like, well, by that logic, why do we do anything for any reason? I always come back to the fact that these things are taught. Teachers teach how to be a good director, how to be a good writer, how to be a good blah, blah, blah. It's like, all of them must be insane, because apparently it's all down to interpretation anyway.
Well, I interpret The Last Jedi to be just as good as The Room.
How can you fail a writing test if it's all interpretation?
That's true.
I really want to get that answer out of Quentin, by the way, because he says everything's subjective. I'm like, how do you explain this to your teachers when they say you failed a writing test? Do you say, like, well, that's just your opinion? And they're like, no, you said character can fly and then suddenly can't at the end of the film. And he goes, well, that's my story. That's my rules in my universe. I'd be like,
Well, I hope that the teacher in that situation would say, well, I interpret your grade to be a fucking F.
Yeah, you can't deny my interpretation. We're like, oh...
It's the paradox.
About story and plotline. They share strong dislikes, which is to say that they have prescriptive criteria.
No, more buzzwords, man.
This is the most non-argument video I think I have ever seen. He has not made a single cogent point.
I love that he highlights it as if, like, everyone following this? Yeah, good, we're following this. Like, no, we're not following this.
I mean, how far are we into this video so far?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, and we've been streaming for an hour. So the fact that we've had to pause and try and break this down, and we still can't fucking understand what he's saying, that should say a lot. I kind of just want to, like, ask all the people in the comments of this video, like, what did you get out of this?
You know what it's gonna be? Everyone has an interpretation. Dun 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 dun. Dun. I mean, like I said, I read a comment. One of the top ones was like, I hate people who think there's objective value in art. It's like, oh, great. Doing that.
There we go.
Because this is the thing. I don't deny, by the way, that there's a huge ton of people on this planet who think there's no objectivity in art. I know they exist. That's part of the reason why my channel exists. I'm like, I'll prove it to you, you son of a bitch. Like, here we go. This is the scale. If you disagree with the scale, fuck off.
Stop mansplaining.
Oh, man.
Heroines, pornography, unhappy or ambiguous endings. Essentially anything that got in the way of the core fantasy of being vicariously swept up in an epic romance was just plain bad writing for these reasons.
They would be wrong. You don't get to say, oh, well, this is their perspective, that's what bad writing is. It's like, no, it's not how it works. Do you understand that if I said a film was bad because the girl and the guy didn't get together in the end, I would not be taken seriously?
So basically, he's quoting someone who did a study on people that didn't understand writing, and I'm supposed to take that seriously in regards to why he thinks The Last Jedi, which is objectively badly written, is well written. What the fuck are we looking at? None of this makes sense. This is rambling nonsense.
If you do sum it up as being like, yeah, there were some women who read a book and they didn't like that the girl and the guy didn't get together in the end. Something got in the way and they interpreted that as bad writing. Therefore, he's already made the point that interpretations exist. I'm not sure what the reason he's like doubling down on it is. I already know that's going to be his point. It's just like, you may as well just... It's already over. You already made it.
Yeah, you may as well just summarize this whole video as, I like it, so shut up.
Well, it would be, I like it, you don't like it, we're both right. Like, thanks, bro.
I think 2 + 2 is 4, you think it's 5, you know.
Readers outside of that group, those books hold almost no meaning at all. But for readers inside of that group, a book with the most beautiful prose imaginable could still be bad if it failed to
Hold on. You're gonna bring up beautiful prose and fucking cite Twilight? Are you kidding me? You fucking dipshit.
I don't know if he's being ironic or something. But,
I hope to hell he was.
Also, he's just doubling down on the whole, it's not bad to them, so you can't say it's bad definitively. This is something that The Right Opinion brought to me. He was like, can't call content bad definitively. You can say there are parts of it that are bad, but you can't say the overall product is bad. And then I said to him that it's like, what you would do is, you know, tally it up, basically. You don't actually write out a fucking statics list, like we don't do that. But in our head, me and you clock all of the flaws, and then we're like, yeah, this was bad. Or overall, we go, okay, it was okay. For example, Infinity War, it's not flawless. It's probably not what I would call great. It's good, and it's mainly good because there's a lot of little flaws in it that get in its way, and that's unfortunate. But there we are. Then you've got something like The Last Jedi, which is riddled with flaws. It's like, it's diseased. There's just stuff in every scene, all the characters and all the plots. So you come to the conclusion at the end, it's like, how could this possibly be interpreted as anything but bad? What do you mean? And then I guess I trip over my own words there, because he'd be like, waha, I interpret it as good. So whatever do you mean? But then I would just counter with the whole, well, okay, let's have an argument about it and see how it goes. But I suppose that's... I don't know, maybe that's too cruel. Maybe he doesn't like the word argument. I guess I'd say discussion to make sure he wouldn't run away. I mean, people are like that, man, genuinely. Like, if they like, I don't want an argument, I want a discussion. I'm like, call it what you want. I don't really care.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's basically the same thing. Just depends on the tone.
Yeah. Argument is usually got negative connotations while discussion is positive, right? But you know, I'm just looking at it as, well, I'm going to make an argument, and then I want you to counter it or agree with it. Thus, we're having a debate. It's like, no debate, discussion. I'm like, okay.
Okay, it's the same fucking thing, but you do you, buddy.
But yeah, overall point, if I, show you a shit ton of flaws with all these things in the script, and I say, okay, so we're agreed all of these little things are bad. They account for 95% of the film, meaning it's 95% bad, meaning it's bad. And then they come back with, well, Janice over there said that she thought it was good, so you can't say it's objectively bad. Thoughts and feelings, folks. They don't work against fact, unfortunately.
Need for escapist fantasy. Ahem. Now, I've read hundreds of your comments from my last video and watched hours of fan-made reviews of The Last Jedi,
and ignored
it's
all of it.
how consistent the complaints are. The Star Wars fandom is a very strong interpretive community with extremely specific prescriptive criteria.
Dude,
what? You're really gonna try and say that?
That line, though, he's referencing all the words that have been in the video so far, and it's like, you didn't even explain them, and now you're saying them all at once. That was so confusing. If you like, I wanna quote him on it. Hang on.
Amazing how consistent the complaints are. The Star Wars fandom is a very strong interpretive community with extremely specific prescriptive criteria for what makes a good film, and more importantly, what makes
I can't write it down fast enough. Extremely strong interpretive community with something something. So it's just like all he means by that is, yeah, everyone has a perspective.
Wonderful.
Good Star Wars film. And I think that the most significant criteria that The Last Jedi failed to meet, according to this community, its unforgivable sin, is that it, quote, disrespected the franchise. And I think what that phrase really means is that this movie screwed up the core fantasy of Star Wars.
No.
So when Luke Skywalker...
I mean, it kind of did, but no,
Hang
that's
on.
not the problem.
He's starting to counter-argue. That's not the point of this video. The point of this video is that everyone's right. You can't be doing that, mate. You're stepping over the line there. Because, like I said, you know for a fact, right, that he thinks that the film is actually good, and people who think it's bad are wrong. But he's not going to say that because it's, you know, controversial.
Well, that'll get him more
trouble.
dislikes.
Yeah, so instead he's going to be like, everyone's opinion is valid. And for those saying that it's disrespecting the franchise, they don't realize X, Y, and Z is what's coming up next. But I don't like the idea that it's really reductive to be like, the main reason people don't like the film is X. It's like, there's a shit ton of reasons. There's a selection of biggest ones, like you know Luke's character, the world building, the lore of Star Wars getting ruined. But then you want to say stuff like, well, then there's the plot, and then there's the characters. It's like and then you end up saying, okay, so the biggest problem is everything.
I mean, honestly, all the problems with the fucking fantasy aspects of it are tied directly to the plot. I mean, Yoda's lightning shit not only breaks kind of the lore of the series, but it also completely fucks the plot, because then you have to apply that same logic to the other movies. And if Yoda could use lightning, then he could have just done it on Endor and destroyed the satellite, and that would have been it.
I mean, fuck, he could have done it in the prequels.
Oh yeah, could have.
I'm assuming if he could do it in
everywhere.
ghost form, that maybe he. It's also, it's not even something I mentioned, but it's like, why is the fucking Jedi using lightning? Are we pretty clear on that in terms of a rule? It's like, the bad guys use lightning, okay? At least in the fucking films. I don't know if there's like extended universe shit where one of the Jedi uses lightning. Maybe Grey Jedi do, but like it's, I don't know. Seemed a little bit like, shouldn't he just?
Well, if you put on the
lightsaber at the tree,
if you put on the Obi-Wan skin in the Force Unleashed, you can still use Force lightning. There you go.
I was just thinking it's funny as well because you'd be like, oh, why couldn't Yoda have done something like use the Force to set the thing on fire? And then I'd just be like, wait, no, you shouldn't be doing anything. Force ghosts need to be people who can't fucking do anything, okay? The fact that they can speak is already a bit much, because they could, you know, annoy their enemies. They could run up to Vader and be like, la 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 la. He'd be like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Don't let them do anything. It's going to raise more questions. Like, okay, we won't, but we'll let him shoot lightning. Be like, oh.
Skywalker says,
I think what? I'm gonna walk out with a laser sword and face down the
Fuck
whole
you.
First Order?
a sizable portion of
I hate the
audience
fact that
is
he
like,
called that a
yes,
laser
that is
sword."
exactly what I want you to do.
Is he really going to talk about the subversion thing?
He completely
Dude, it is
disrespected the franchise. He subverted expectations, so it's good.
Really the only reason I'm here. Star Wars is supposed to be about feeling like you're living the life of an epic hero on a whimsical adventure through space that's supposed to be fun and exciting, and get pretty dark at times, but the heroes are always heroes. The Last Jedi, on the other hand, was about guilt, trauma, disappointment, failure.
If you say words and then show fucking screens from the film, that just means it's true.
Well, I mean, at least we're showing like
assessment.
at least we're showing Finn and Rose right now, and they're kind of failures in and of themselves. So I
I
guess
was going to
that's
say, you could be right. Depending on your interpretation, he is actually accurate.
based on reader response theory.
See, yes, as someone said, themes kill any criticism. You see, the film may, because I can't stand it if you just, I want to take him with any one of these. You'd be like, so the failure with Finn and Rose, okay, so it's all down to the fact that a random fucking droid saw them. It has nothing to do with their personalities or like a failure of their character or anything. It's literally just the film was like, they got caught. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, what, are you going to tell me that that's like amazing in terms of a representation of what failure is? Fuck off.
My God, can we just fuck? I'm gonna call Birdemic a good movie because themes. The Room is a good movie. Themes. If you're going to use the fucking themes argument, use it for every movie in existence. But you're not going to do that because Star Wars is your fucking sweet spot. You don't have... I can't fucking... It almost makes me, like, ashamed to like any Star Wars movies at all. Because it's like, you people are so
like we need to look
stupid.
back and be like, was I biased? Was I biased? Because this is fucking ridiculous.
I mean, it gets to the point where it's like, okay, I consider myself, or at least considered myself, a Star Wars fan, and I mean, I watched this movie and I was like, wow, that was awful. I don't understand how anyone can just watch this movie and be like, well, themes, so that erases all the plot holes and inconsistencies and terrible writing and characters and everything.
It's so cheap, man. The fact that you just labeled all these things so quickly, shows all these screens so quickly to try and get people who are on the fence that it's a bad thing to go, oh, yeah, maybe he's right. It's like, no, don't fall for this shit. He hasn't explained any of this. He's just said it. That's it.
He just said a bunch of words and didn't explain any of it. And he expects you to
don't fall for this crap. Everyone fucking does it on YouTube. It's really quick analysis. Because he spent, 5 minutes talking about all this crap that none of us have fucking retained. Can you even, like, reference half the shit that he's fucking said? It's like,
Queer theory.
Queer theory.
that's the only thing I've retained.
It's like, everything is about interpretation. Everything is subjective. By the way, The Last Jedi is amazing because interpretation of failures was heroes, not always infallible. So anyway, thanks for subscribing, and we'll see you next time. No.
Child slavery, disappointment.
Hang on.
Child
disappointment. Yeah, both of them. The child slavery thing is horribly done. It doesn't make sense within the universe because this is not Tatooine, which does make sense. Like I say this in my video, I was like, Tatooine is a poor planet. Like it's like a third world planet, if you will. So resources are slim enough to the point where it's like, well, life can be used as a resource, as in slavery, because they make money and you can provide shelter. Blah blah blah. It's an ecosystem, right? Even Watto explains in the second one that he sold the slaves eventually, or he sold the wife anyway, the mum. Canto Bight is a very rich place. You telling me that they have 5 slaves running around to do most of the work with like everything instead of just droids? It's like the droids are so much cheaper. They don't need to be fed. It's like they don't complain. They don't grow. It's like, what are the slaves even doing there? Like, is this not? It's a giant casino. Like, why would there be slaves? Is it not like a luxury place that people visit? It's so bizarre. And like, there's that whipmaster dude. He's like a big, alien who's just like, whoosh, and just like, this is so slapdash. And what's the point of it all? It's like, well, it's to try and say slavery is a bad thing. It's like, yes, I agree. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the prequels are a bit more subtle about it than that, because the slaves are actually like of a positive disposition, right? And it's like, oh my god, this is awful. Like that they think that this is like a thing that's okay. While in this film, it was like, look at some slaves. Now they're being pushed over and hurt. Look at how bad this is. That shouldn't happen. And then they don't even free them. It's such a mess. The whole thing is a mess.
She gives him a fucking coin and it's like, here.
And the funny thing is, I've just made a point about how it should be droids. It's like, well, the Han Solo film is taking care of that being wrong too, right? You can't have droid slaves. That's just fucked up too.
But child slaves are okay because they have the Force.
No, all you need to do is just take the fucking personality out of the droid and it becomes a tool. It's like putting a personality into your fucking toaster and it's suddenly like, I'm a slave to make you toast. It's like, oh shit, yeah, I guess so. Who uploaded a personality into you to make you feel that you were a slave? Like, what the fuck was the programming decision behind that? Man, like, and this is the thing, right? It took me, like fucking 3 or 4 minutes to just go through the quick thoughts about that. It's like, it's already half of his video. So, of course, he's not going to explore these things. He's just going to say that's what's being discussed.
Well, for him to explore any of these things, he'd have to actually think about the movie he watched, which he very clearly didn't.
It reminds me of, I said that in Infinity War, I felt like there was a running theme of sort of like you choose family members over the world, and that our heroes kept making that mistake, or, well, quote-unquote mistake, because Gamora gives up a stone to save her sister, Loki gives up a stone to save his brother, and the Scarlet Witch like refuses to kill Vision over and over again until it's like too late. There's this idea that like love keeps fucking up like reality. Like logic is like, we have to do X, and love is like, no. And it's really, really interesting because that's the kind of thing you do in real life. You wouldn't want to you do everything you can for the people you love, that sort of thing. It's like it's very strongly in that film, lots of references, and you're not going to tell me, well, Gamora shouldn't care about his sister. It's like, well, watch Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Like, that's all you need to do. But with this, it's like, how did they handle slavery? It's like, oh, they just fucking shoved it in for a few minutes, then it's not talked about until the end of the film, where it's like, Broom Boy has the Force. You're like, what?
Someone in the chat said, "This is why I hate The Last Jedi. It says child slavery is bad, while I subjectively feel that it's perfectly okay." Well, hey. I subjectively feel that Kevin Spacey is a swell guy.
Murder, disappointment, and Pokemon?
Didn't he say disappointment already?
Wait, did he say... Are these the themes? Murder is a
Hang on, he
theme?
said disappointment twice. I'm almost certain of it.
Trauma, disappointment, failure.
Yes, he did.
Child slavery.
Oh, it's 3 times now.
Disappointment.
I guess...
Murder, disappointment.
What is it? What? He's done that deliberately. Why? Ray gets disappointed a lot. Okay.
I was disappointed watching this movie, so I guess that works.
Oh, man.
And Pokemon? Like, I understand why fans said, what the hell is all this depressing stuff doing in my whiz-bang Flash?
No!
No!
That's not what we're saying, you idiot!
Who... You? What do you mean you can't have depressing stuff in... I'm sorry, but did everyone find it really funny when Luke found his uncle and aunt, you know, burned to a crisp? Is that what that was?
Oh yeah, I liked their skeletons. They looked pretty hilarious. It kind of reminded me of Ahmed.
What? Oh. I thought you were, like, referring to a fucking Star Wars character. I was like, is there actually a Star Wars character?
No.
But what the Revenge of the Sith, often looked at as many people's favorites, in that film is like all about killing, death, and destruction.
I mean, is there a single happy moment in that entire movie?
If there is, it's only in the beginning because everything goes to shit. But no, you never have happy, depressing. Things.
That's like the saddest Star Wars movie ever. Hell, I mean, I like sad movies.
At some point in the film, whether it's the introduction of Luke as a curmudgeon who would casually throw away a lightsaber, or later when Rey learns her parents are no one, there is a breaking point where fans turn against the movie because it has actively, even deliberately, violated their list of prescriptive criteria.
No.
And that's okay. I'm not making this video to tell you how to feel about this movie. Every method of...
Of course you're not, because no one can. Like, it's such a boring point to make. You know, the whole validating feelings thing. It's like, I know, because you're still gonna feel the way you feel after I give you all of the shit. It's just that I'm hoping that you'll actually be able to separate it.
Someone in the chat said, "Remember when Anakin murdered the village? Comedy."
Interpretation
Wow.
conceals as much as it reveals, mine included. I'm making this video to hopefully help you understand why you feel the way you do about this movie and about movies in general.
You've not fucking assisted me at all in terms of why I feel like the way. All the first half of this video did was say people feel things differently from other people. It's like, that's fantastic.
Can he help me feel why I want to unsubscribe from him? Because I'm starting to feel that feeling.
No, man, this video's going to turn around in moments.
All right.
And the extent to which other people and their methods of interpretation have influenced what you feel is a gut reaction.
All you just said was,
What the fuck?
everything is subjective.
This is word soup.
You just extended it into really long, like, everybody has extended extreme interpretations of very strong community-driven reading the patriarchy through popular literature. And Janice fucking A. Radway.
The queer theory.
It's fine to dislike a film because it did not meet your pre-existing standard.
Oh my
It's
god.
fine to dislike a film if it did not reach your prescriptive standards. You may as well have just said it's fine to not like a film. Why did you need to add that bit? Because you know what it is, right? He's trying to draw a line between what is... There is no definitive thing. There's nothing, like, you can't say there is a standard that is adhered to for script of quality. It's all just... everything is just down to your interpretation. That's all this video's for. It's not like this hasn't been said before. This is what everyone says. Well, most people on YouTube.
standards, but it may also be useful to you to recognize that that's the case, to be aware of the context in which you're viewing something, because it's never the only context. That's what makes writing so difficult, because as much as we like to develop principles that will help make a story good, those goalposts are always changing based on the audience and are never universal.
Well, then explain how stories manage to stay a classic for so, like, how is that possible? Shouldn't it be that we eventually look back at The Lord of the Rings and go, ugh, that is a rough story. Like, the goalposts have changed for writing now, so The Lord of the Rings doesn't stack up anymore.
Oh yeah, I mean, Citizen Kane, what a shit movie, dude.
And I'm trying to think of, like,
good.
12 Angry Men. I fucking loved that film, and I watched it, I think it was six years ago for the first time. That's, like, the oldest film I've seen, I believe. Or one of, anyway. And I was just like, man, that was a good story. It was like, by his logic, I should be like, well, it doesn't fit conventional writing standards because they've evolved.
Because we haven't read the feminist book yet, so...
Oh, yeah. I should probably get in on that. But, yeah, he's just saying it again. It's like, well, now he's actually being a little bit condescending because he's like, now you should realize that it's all down to your subjective experience. It's like, yep. I think, by the way, he's avoided using the words objective and subjective deliberately. To make it seem like he's almost explaining it on a higher level instead of like just going for that.
Yeah. Well,
because
if he
you know, people get annoyed.
Maybe he just spouts all this nonsensical bullshit to trick us into thinking that he's smart, when in reality he's just trying to cover up for if you put this down into the terms that like you and I use in our videos, the dude would be immediately disliked to hell instantaneously.
By the way, I would love to talk to Just Right in person and just watch his fucking arguments about The Last Jedi crumble. Because I'm not trying to be like vain here, but he did say that like every character serves a strong purpose in The Last Jedi. So do you understand how easy it is to like poke a hole in that?
Yeah. Who was that fucking? Oh, what did Maz play? What'd she do? Oh, she showed that she has a fucking weird hologram that's 360 degrees somehow and moves around with her whenever she needs it to. That was important.
I don't think she was mentioned in his like graph where he had like 9 characters.
Oh,
but
that's it.
Because he'd probably be like, no, she was bad. I'll agree there. It's like, okay, we got one.
If it's not in the graph, then it's bad.
He said Holdo was good. I was like, oh, no, don't pick that one. Don't die on that hill.
Phasma. Please tell me that you think Phasma's a good character.
No, Phasma was in the 9.
Really, she was? Oh, fuck.
She was the thing that Finn needed to overcome or something like that. Which is just what? It's like they don't share anything aside from she is person who wants him dead. It's like, okay. It's like such conflict, such character.
Well, according to reader response.
So to return to the critique of it was badly
oh, right. So we return to this quote.
Yeah. 5 minutes later, thanks.
The
I remember
questions
this.
I'd ask are which parts? These.
So you referenced the Leia floating through space, him throwing the lightsaber, Canto bite, and Holdo's plan. Okay, so what's he going to say in counter to it?
Okay, well, why does that matter to you more than everything?
Whoa! Okay, calm down. Is he actually agreeing that those things are bad then? After just saying about how like there is no such thing as that.
Well, why does it matter so much?
I love that he picked these 4 because they're almost indefensible, right? Nobody defends Canto Bite. Even I Hate Everything's defense of Canto Bite was that it doesn't take long. Okay.
He wasn't bored.
I'm surprised he put Holdo's plan in there because I would have thought he would be like, nope, makes sense. But yeah, Leia flying through space. There's hardly anybody who says that's a good scene. Everyone's like,
Well, maybe if he was just axing us about it.
Ah, right. That would solve it. Especially if you consider axing through the lens of response reader theory. Literary theory.
I am axing you. Have you heard of reader response theory?
But yeah, what does he mean? Why do these things matter more than everything else? What is that even supposed to assist you? Because in terms of nitpicks, right? The idea of them anyway. the Leia flying through space thing is like, how much of a problem does that represent? It's like, well, you just rescued, you killed a character and then you brought them back to life through utter nonsense. So yes, that is quite a big flaw. Luke throwing the lightsaber, that's just fucking confusing. Like, why the hell would Luke do that? And then the reasoning for it is utter garbage in terms of his character, and it's a complete, like, fuck up. So it's like, yeah, that's serious too. Holdo's plan, well, that represents the plot for the entire film, so yes, that is a fundamental flaw. Canto Bight, well, it's a complete waste of time, so maybe not as serious as the others, but it's still kind of annoying. Like, why waste 20 minutes of our fucking life for no reason? Not to mention all the money that went to Canto Bight. Wasn't it like 20 million or something?
Fuck, I don't know.
Because, yeah, I think I would look at this as like tip of the iceberg sort of situation. I'd be like, these things all are bad, but there's way more than this. I love that he's probably coming from I Hate Everything's school of Crate is brilliant, you know? He hasn't mentioned Crate. Nobody mentions how Crate is, like, Crate is full of fucking holes, too.
Yeah, well, that would imply that he would have to make a good argument for them, and, well, this has been a giant non-argument so far, so I don't really think he's capable of it at this point. Well, no, he definitely is capable. He's definitely capable, because those Hobbit videos, like I said, they're good, but he just ignored all the logic that he put into making those videos, so that he could say, well, Last Jedi is good because it makes me feel good.
Makes me feel good.
Else. The answers will tell you more about yourself than they will about the...
What? No, stop it. Stop
I learned
like...
so much about myself while watching that movie, dude.
You know what us being annoyed at The Last Jedi told us about as people? It's like, man, I must like, you know,
good movies.
Yeah, I like good movies and hate bad ones. I've learned so much about myself. You'd be like, no, that's not what you learned. You learned that you don't like The Last Jedi, and they're not objective reasons. They're just interpreted reasons. You know, Reader's Digest, whatever the hell he said.
Reader's Digest.
But to end things here, I want to offer my own reading of the film, specifically on the one part of it that I think is most responsible for creating the division among fans. The death of...
His death is an issue because they did his death right after making him cowardly as fuck. That's my issue. By the way, is it really heroic to do what he did on Crate if there was absolutely no risk of him, you know, like, actually being there? He only, like, passes out from a big headache.
Kind of a pussy move.
Because I don't understand how people think of it as, like, that was super heroic compared to... What if he just... Because this is possible, right? He could have gotten his X-Wing and gone there personally. And, like, imagine he did die to Kylo. Wouldn't that have been more heroic? Or am I crazy? Like, people are like, oh, yeah, it was super heroic because he projected an image of himself. It's like, not much risk involved with that, is there? And they're like, well, he died. And you're like, well, yeah, but...
But he would have died if he went there anyway.
Like, it's weird, because the death wasn't necessarily something we even understood was going to happen anyway. Like, Kylo has that line where he's like, you can't be doing this, the stress of it would kill you, implying that, like, maybe a Jedi Master would not die doing it, like Snoke. Or he's a Sith Master, whatever. But yeah, whatever, let's see what his assessment is.
Luke Skywalker. Because if Luke had gone down in a blaze of glory, I think many people would have overlooked the film's other shortcomings.
No.
But he didn't. And I'm happy.
There's way too many fucking shortcomings.
Dude, I love how little credit he gives us. It's like, oh, if you saw Luke fucking with his lightsaber going pew pew pew, you'd be like, yeah, the film's not that bad. It's like, Jesus, man, give me some credit.
I mean, come on, there's way too many problems for that to be the only one.
This is a scene that's just cut. It's like a hard cut to him just slicing stormtroopers down with his lightsaber. We're just like, and then it cuts back to the film. It's like, did that make it better? You're
no,
like,
because
no.
we you know, that we would have pretty much the same reaction to that as you and I did when we watched the bear scene in Annihilation. And we were like, oh, that,
yeah.
Like, we were like, oh yeah, that's a great scene. Why isn't the rest of the movie great? Why is the rest of the movie really, really awful? The fucking scene where she's like, she finds the boots and she's like, well, maybe she's not mauled to death.
So what he just did, right, is kind of the equivalent of me being like, well, you would have hated the movie if you just thought about it.
Well, he probably
like,
would.
I did think about it. And you're like, no, seriously. like as if I'm being his friend. Like, I'm just telling you.
No, seriously, if you weren't such a fucking idiot.
Here's why. How do we find the courage to fight when
Sad
everything
music.
good we accomplish is undone? That's the issue at the core of Luke's character in this film. Just as the
Yeah, well, it doesn't make sense. I'll say this every fucking time. We didn't get a response from I Hate Everything on this, I don't think. But like I said, Luke's argument is that what's the point when the whole reason Darth Vader came to being was the Jedi? The Jedi trained him, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, you're missing out a key detail that a Sith Lord was the one that tempted him to the dark side and lied to him to get his girlfriend to blah, 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 blah. You're also forgetting the fact that the Sith, if we leave that alone, if your interpretation is that the Jedi created the Sith, so they're just as bad or something like that, there are no Jedi left. There are only Sith, and Sith are 100% evil, and they fucking kill everyone and take over the world. You might want to deal with them and then talk about extinguishing Jedi, right? And even if you wanted to extinguish Jedi, it's like you don't have to, as you admit in your own fucking film, that you can have Force users. You just don't need them to be Jedi. So, Luke, why not train people in the ways of the quote-unquote Jedi, but leave the parts out that you think are actually kind of shit? Like, don't love people or whatever. I have so many problems with this, and it makes Luke an idiot if he actually believes all this shit. It's like, Luke, do you actually think that leaving the world as it is right now is a good idea when essentially the Empire and Darth Vader are all back in full force with just different names?
Oh yeah,
like,
2 days ago
they're killing people.
They blew up 5 planets in the span of like 10 seconds, but
Yeah, well, no,
it's
because
fine.
the Jedi trained Darth Vader. They didn't want to. They were actively against him and tried to kill him, but that doesn't matter. They're the reason he existed. And it's like, Luke,
I'm also the one that turned Darth Vader back into a good guy, but
That's the thing, though. Ray says that, and you don't get a response from him, because it's like, yeah, the writer put, but you turned him back, and then the writer was like, fuck, what does Luke say to this? You can't agree with it. We gotta write something else. It's so bullshit.
The worst part is like the response that Luke had is basically the response. Every single response that Rian Johnson has had to every single legitimate argument that's been brought up against him.
Well, I mean, yeah.
So you can tell Rian Johnson's not very good at writing or arguing or thinking or movie making or living.
It's I am on board with Luke losing faith in the Jedi, but they chose the stupidest fucking time for him to just do this shit. It's like, not right now, Luke. We got a problem to solve. If it was the end of if it was the actual trilogy that's supposed to be existing between the 2 trilogies we've seen, where we actually see all of it degrade, and then there's no evil people around, but Luke goes, you know what? Time for the Jedi to end. You can make that work. You can't do that right now. It doesn't fucking make any sense, because what are you going to do? Rely on the Millennium Falcon with 12 people? Is that going to be what saves the universe, Luke? He's like, apparently so.
Well, if you think about it, it only took 12 people to do the Death Star run in the first movie, so...
Oh, yeah, there you go.
That's all that's required is 12 people. And Ewoks, we can get a bunch of those.
Galaxy has been taken again by the forces of evil, so too has he by the temptation to do evil. These things are cyclical in the Star Wars universe, and if the game is rigged, Luke wants out. And yet, he returns, and in doing so, overcomes the only force in the galaxy he hasn't already conquered.
Oh my god.
Himself. His fears, guilt, and anxieties.
He has to conquer
no
himself.
Visual
Got
representation of overcoming depression than seeing Luke walk
What?
out of the darkness.
You're gonna make this an overcoming depression story?
It's all interpreted.
Fuck you. Watch The Gray. That's a way better overcoming depression story.
He comes out of the darkness. He walks through the fire into the light. It's beautiful. Yeah.
And then he dies. Like, immediately. Come on.
Yes, he did die, but he overcame himself. Don't you understand?
Maybe he did come himself, though.
In the bright light of day. There is one shot in the original Star Wars film that cemented a generation's connection to Luke Skywalker. You know the one. This one. Consider the cinematic language on display here. We're looking across the frame from left to right, which in film evokes the idea of looking towards the future. And what does he see? Death.
What?
We're in a desolate...
We're looking from left to right, so... Are we looking from left to right?
The part that got me was like, he's looking at death. It's like,
No, he's looking at the sun.
Luke doesn't believe that he's gonna fucking just straight up die. He's like, oh, my life will be boring on Tatooine.
He just is looking toward the sun because he's like, well, I don't want to be here in this boring life. I want to go out and see shit. He's not looking toward death, you fucking imbecile.
Besides, what? You think Luke joining the rebellion to fight the Empire means that he's avoiding death?
That's like putting yourself right in the fucking way of it.
Out of the frying pan into the fire, eh, Luke? Like, oh, man. But yeah, it's an adventure thing, much more than a avoiding death thing.
Desert, where nothing can grow. Especially Luke, who just found out he's stuck here for another year.
He's been growing, though. He was a baby when he came here.
Sun gives cancer, yeah.
Watching the sun set.
So,
I was about to say, this is quite funny, because the sun is almost a universal symbol for life, by the way. Like, it gives life, is the whole fucking point. I just find it funny, because it's like, Luke looks at death. It's like, I don't know, man. Did he?
Well, maybe it's a double sun,
light.
so it'll give him double cancer.
Oh yeah, one sun is life, two sun death. There you go.
Well, one's darker than
As
the
for
other,
a
so
break,
it's the yin and
the future
yang.
is swiftly sliding away. It's a brilliant and moving little moment, and like so much of the Star Wars myth, The Last Jedi inverts it to create a moment.
No, this is death. Actually, he knows he's gonna die, so he looks out like, well, we did it. I'm gonna die.
Maybe Mark Hamill didn't know he was gonna die, if we can judge by his expression after the premiere.
Of equal resonance. He's on a mountaintop now, a landscape
Okay, it was all just symbolic. That's what you get out of all of this. We've stopped talking about the actual writing because fuck that. So we won't be able to get anything out of that. Let's just go to crazy land and look at everything as if it means something.
Right to left is clearly death, stupid. Well, not in Japan.
Mountains are enlightenment.
Excuse me? Japan? Have you ever read a manga? It's left to right.
Shit.
Fuck you.
symbolic of enlightenment in contrast to his earlier innocence. He's looking from right to left, looking back at the meaning of his life. And what does he
No, he's not! He's looking at the fucking sun!
He's about to die. He doesn't get reborn as Rey. He's just gonna die.
I mean, it'd be kind of cool if he was
Symbolisms.
reborn as Rey, because then we might get a good Star Wars movie
Fucking
again.
kills her and takes her body or some shit, like spiritually. Like, oh my god.
It's just like, wow, I have tits now.
see now? Rebirth. For a moment, in what has to be some sort of hallucination, he sees the twin
What
sons of
hallucination?
Tatooine.
He's just like looking at the fucking sun!
Wait.
It's not a
No,
hallucination!
that's an hallucination now.
So, there's absolutely no indication that's a hallucination, but it's a hallucination. What the fuck are you talking about?
Explicitly calling back to this moment, but they're rising now, not setting. And in that
How do you know?
moment,
They're
he has-
standing still!
Because he smiled. He smiled.
Well, the sun on this other planet is at a slightly higher elevation than the suns in this completely different solar system, so it must mean that they're rising?
In the book, reading a person's fucking emotions from their smile, Ludwig von Steska says that if Luke Skywalker was to smile at the binary sunset, that means he's happy and he's full of purpose. You're like, okay. Like,
Well, he
that's fine,
smiled
go.
after the green milk, so...
Maybe he was just happy that he gets to fucking exit the franchise. Could that be an interpretation? It's like, fucking finally.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen that picture of Mark and Harrison Ford? They're sitting on a bench and they're all happy now that they're finally done.
Dead. Jesus.
It's like, we could finally forget this ever happened.
he has facilitated the rebirth of the rebellion. And not him exactly, but the image of him.
For all he knows, they all died. This is the funniest part of this. It's like, you know how Poe says, oh, Luke wants us to escape. He's going to delay them. Luke never tells them that, and Luke never gives them the clue about the fucking exit in the back. He's just walking straight out. He's like, oh, I hope they get this. I hope they figure this out. I could literally yell it at them, but it'll ruin the visual moment of me walking from the darkness into the light. It's such a piss-poor script, and you just have to ignore it. for it to all work. It's like, oh, okay, all right then.
Reader response theory, man.
Yeah, reader response theory.
Yeah. The fact that he is a living legend, the literal embodiment of the story of Star Wars itself. that
Yeah,
stops
so
evil
when they
in
killed
its
him, it
tracks.
fucked it up.
They shat on his fucking legend.
It's like, oh, hey, remember everything good about Star Wars? Fuck you.
The story of him, of the original trilogy, reignites the rebellion.
No.
Not anything.
Which
No,
doesn't
it,
make sense
it
as
destroys
well.
the rebellion.
Who-
There's 11 of them left.
How did the story spread from Crate exactly? Like I say in my video, did the Empire start telling people, or the First Order, were they like, oh yeah, Luke Skywalker fought all of us, but turns out he was a ghost. You'd be like, wow, that's inspiring. I can't wait to become a Jedi knowing this.
Yeah, you tell the little kid, and it's like, oh, hey, everyone went to Crate, and now everyone died, and there's only 10 of them left. Oh.
Because, the other end of the story is like, okay, no, the Millennium Falcon landed, and then everyone told his story, and it spread throughout the universe. Okay, so what was the story? Luke walked outside, and they all blasted him. We don't know what happened to him. We assume he's dead. Why is that encouraging compared to, oh yeah, it's a random farm boy from Tatooine who destroyed the Death Star? It's like, wow.
Yeah, the guy who, like, killed the Emperor, helped kill the Emperor, well, he's dead now. How the fuck does that make me happy? Like, okay, may as well just kill myself then.
That's a bad
Come
idea.
on.
Ray is like, no, we'll tell what happened. We'll tell the truth. So I found Luke. He was a fucking asshole on this island. He was like, nah, I'm not going to do anything. Nah, Jedi suck. And she's telling the kids this, and they're like, oh, Jesus. This is pretty rough.
This story sucks.
Tell us about the Black Stormtrooper. It's like, hey.
I want to hear the story about when Anakin turned to the dark side. That one sucks less.
I like that one. The younglings die. Don't say that to me.
He destroyed. The film denies us the catharsis of violence in this moment, even if that would have appeased us. Rose's line about saving what you love instead of destroying what you hate, as misplaced as it may feel in the moment.
No. What does it feel?
Fuck off.
Oh my god, just writes in the chat, dude.
What?
He's in the chat.
I am going to post a Kappa face.
I just, like, glanced over and was like, wait a minute. That's beautiful.
So, formal invitation to come and speak to us if you'd like.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
yes, we disagree with your video.
Yeah, my Discord link's in the chat. You can shoot me a friend request.
I don't know if he's just here to say, like, you suck or something like that. Who knows?
Was that the outcome you were expecting today, MauLer?
Oh god, no. I love the fact that I've gotten to the point where my criticisms of other YouTubers actually gets their attention now. Like, I was doing this for fucking years, but I was a nobody. But now, like, they can't ignore you if you have, like, a huge fucking amount of people watching you. It's fascinating.
Yeah. Man. And to think you're the one that even thought of streaming this in the first place.
Oh, I know people like to see it. That's the point. And,
yeah.
I've actually made a point. Like, I've tried to give it benefit of the doubt here and there, but this all amounts to everything is subjective, which is garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still there? Has he said anything? Still bad, man.
Let me see. I'll check my Discord and see if he's... Oh, I got a friend request. Oh, that's not him. Let's see. Because I think my Discord says when someone joins. No, no one has. Oh well. If he wants to talk, we'll talk.
Absolutely.
Wait. Liz Met. All these fucking random people are just sending me friend requests now. Unless that is him. I don't fucking know. Because I don't know what his Discord... I don't even know if he has a Discord. Are you here,
call him
sir?
a coward. It's fine. I don't know if I would personally want. No, fuck it. I'm arrogant enough. I would be like, yeah, I'll jump into debate.
Press F to pay respects. Dude, maybe he can tell us what reader response theory is.
Yeah, that'd be good shit.
And queer theory.
Maybe we'll involve it in queer theory.
That's what I'm really interested in.
Take a seat, just right.
God,
Wait,
now
is
everyone's
everyone
pressing
posting
fucking
apps via
F.
stream, or is it?
I just read off a comment that said press F to pay respects, and then everyone started doing it. And, well, here we are.
Well, I think maybe he's probably like maybe backed out.
Yeah,
I don't know.
fucking random people are asking me to, or giving me friend requests now.
Do you wanna? Should we finish the video?
Yeah, if he wants to talk, we'll talk. But yeah, we'll finish.
Absolutely.
Because maybe
May as well be.
maybe we'll get some super insight. Maybe in the last 30 seconds, he'll pull this all together.
Eulogy for Luke. In overcoming himself, Luke gives the rebellion and us what he was always promised to provide: a new hope.
See, with my video, I would end it with a fucking Imperial March after saying Star Wars is dead.
Dun 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 dun.
And the sound of younglings dying. Here we go. That closes it out.
It can't be.
Just to clarify, then, is the last minute Patreon
Fat kid.
But one of the complaints about The Last Jedi I do share is that Rey did learn how to use the Force a little too quickly. Learning new skills takes
it's gonna be Skillshare, isn't it?
time, but if you want to accelerate that process, then I recommend signing up for Skillshare.
God damn it.
What?
Everyone fucking uses Skillshare.
What is that?
This is just a pet peeve of mine, by the way. I don't mind advertisements at all. It's just that it bugs me when it absorbs like 10% of the video.
What is Skillshare exactly? I don't know what
I don't know. It's just a site that lets you learn things fast, but it's obviously promotional. Like so many YouTubers have promoted this.
Wonderful.
Skillshare is an online learning community with over 20,000 classes to choose from, and though you won't be able to learn how to swing a lightsaber there, you can learn about design, video editing, and yes,
there you go, guys.
they even have creative writing classes as well.
How can you have writing classes if it's subjective?
Try the course by Emily Gould for some more tips. A premier membership will give you unlimited access to all of their classes. So I want to thank Skillshare for sponsoring this episode, and if you want to join the millions of students already on the platform, you can get 2 months free by going to this link in the...
Oh, and yeah, don't worry, I'm not shitting on Skillshare. It probably is good. I've never used it. It's just that it pops up in loads of these style of videos. Video essays, Skillshare is all over. Just like, what's that website building one?
I know what you're talking about. It's fucking
Something Space? Squarespace. That's
Squarespace, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, that pops up as well, but I've heard that that's also good. It's just that you see them all the goddamn time.
Description. I want to thank my patrons for supporting this channel and for you for watching these videos,
that's it.
sharing.
That's it, yeah.
Wow. That was
Not that good. My interpretation is that the video is lacking.
well, according to reader response theory, the video kind of
You're gonna begin every fucking sentence with that now.
I kind of want to
Jurassic World 2, according to reader response.
I am really tempted to put a line in there now. I'm not done editing the audio, so I still can.
Did you really only say one thing and leave? Oh man, it's not fun.
No. I would have liked it if he would, like, come... I didn't think he was
nice
actually...
If you were there still.
Yeah.
I'm actually very nice in person.
I mean, I know we spent like an hour and 45 minutes shitting on your work, but... Oh, what the hell did I... What? No, I don't want you open, NVIDIA. Go away.
So, how do you feel about that, that overall in terms of his channel? Do you feel he's, sort of,
You know, I really... Because Like I said, I watched the first videos from him that I watched were his Hobbit videos, and they were really fucking good. And then I saw his Black Panther video, and I was like, this is bad. This is really bad. And then I saw his first Last Jedi video, and then I was like, this is even worse. And then I watched this, and it's like, what are you doing? What? Who are you?
It's like the really cynical part of me is like, oh, so you fucked up big time with your analysis of The Last Jedi, and now you're pulling the subjective card. He could have made this video at any point, right?
Yeah.
It's like, now he's making it because he's obviously received backlash. Well, that's fine, by the way. Everyone's going to get backlash for anything. Because people always disagree with you. But you don't immediately then go, oh, so there is no such thing as truth. It's like, no, some people are fucking wrong. We were actually talking about this before we started the stream, right? So Isla Sorna is fucking as if it doesn't exist in the new Jurassic World films, which is major in terms of a plot hole because it's a massive resource that changes everything about the plot. And I've had like 5 different responses in terms of counter arguments that all contradict each other from different people, and it's the most confusing cavalcade of just like, what the hell are you guys doing? None of this is even in the films. They're wrong. It's not about their interpretation. They are wrong. They're telling me shit that doesn't actually happen. It's like fan theories. I went over it with The Last Jedi as well. You don't just go, okay, everyone has an interpretation, leave it alone. It's like, no. The ideas get to fucking fight each other. You have 2 people that say, X is great, X is bad. It's like, well, let's see who's, comes out more accurately when they put against each other, I suppose.
Yeah.
Instead of just giving up and being like, oh, I'm going to make a video that's 10 minutes long explaining how every single demographic on the planet views content differently. It's like, you didn't even need to say that. You could have said every human views content differently. Me and Wolf might agree on the latest few films we've watched, but I can guarantee you our videos will be very different in terms of what we focus on. Like, I might have a rant about something that you gloss over or vice versa.
Yeah.
I doubt he's still here, but if Just Right was, I'd be like totally up for discussing your ideas.
Yeah, we gotta make sure.
But I have a feeling that
we gotta clarify
probably,
discussion.
We probably if we were on his radar whatsoever at first, it's probably gone down in terms of his perception of us now. Because a lot of people see this as like a fucking bullying thing, you know?
Well, yeah. Whenever you respond to someone, it's bullying.
It's like, I can't help if your video makes me laugh. Like, I'm not actually just trying to humiliate you. I just find it funny. I mean, because I swear to God, Wolf, if you caught 2 people, 1,000 viewers ripping into your video online and they offered you to talk about it, would you not jump on? I probably would.
Yeah, I mean, assuming I was at home and didn't have, to go to work in 30 minutes.
And it was new. Yeah. Let's say they were making fun of your perspective on the fucking Jurassic World. Because I'd be like, shit, man, let's go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's like, okay, I'll eviscerate you. Sure, let's do it. Tell me about your wrong opinion on why Jurassic World is a good movie, because it's not. It's not at all. Especially Jurassic World 2. It's worse. It's so much worse.
Did Just Right leave the single dislike? According to me, it's 9 dislikes. But he could very well be one of them. I wouldn't blame him for leaving a dislike. I doubt he likes, I would describe this scenario as his work being humiliated, but you could look at it that way.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't sent me any messages on Discord.
What about Twitter?
No.
Well, I suppose that's it then.
Yeah. Video was awful.
So what about your thing about whether or not you were going to stay subscribed? What about that?
Oh, God. I'm questioning it for sure. It's like, when people asked me, do you know any good writing channels, I would always cite this guy. And then he started making his videos on Black Panther and The Last Jedi, and I was like, okay, are you still gonna make good content, or... It's just weird, because he's got a lot of good videos, but then he's just... I don't like the hypocrisy.
Yeah, it's usually the downfall of any channel. I was watching one of the H3 podcasts recently, and he was talking about how it sucks that you could make one video, and just because people disagree with you on one thing, you could forever be marred by the fact that they disagree with you on one thing. And I remember listening to it and thinking, like, oh, you got to stop thinking about it as a content creator and think about it from their perspective. When you are consistent with your videos for like 100% of them, and then you make one that sort of spits in the face of the principles you've established in all the other ones, that can ruin your fucking reputation because it doesn't make any sense. There's a part of why people got frustrated at Red Letter Media. They're like, the prequels were awful, and then they were like, Force Awakens, I love it. Han Solo, I thought it was great. It's like, whoa. Like, how did this happen if you've got the same standards for scripts this whole time?
They don't have the same standard. They just have a double standard.
Well, that's all we're left to assume, because obviously, if we could talk to Just Right, maybe he could make this make more sense, but that's probably not going to happen.
He could tell us what reader response theory is.
I mean, we did it with I Hate Everything.
Well,
maybe that
yeah,
was
but
Just Right. We spoke to I Hate Everything. Does that make us good enough?
Yeah, I have it. I have the whole thing recorded. It's not up, but I have it recorded.
Dude, Rags is here. Tell him what just happened.
So Rags, we made a video. Well, made a video. We did this stream discussing Just Right in his really awful Last Jedi video, and then Just Right showed up in the chat and posted one comment and left, and that was it.
I think all he said was, "This is amazing."
Yeah.
Thinking about it,
he pulled a
he's
Ben
probably got a
Shapiro.
Twitter. Maybe he tweeted about it. Let's have a look.
I looked at his Twitter. It didn't show anything.
No.
Unless he recently did in the past fucking 3 seconds. I don't know. Wow. When I looked up his Twitter handle, it came up with someone completely different. Okay. Just right. What the fuck? Why is it so hard to find your fucking Twitter? Come on. I was just looking at it too. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. No, he hasn't. His last two tweets were about fucking Bill Maher and this video.
Someone said his news video was damn good, and he said thanks for it. So there you go. Yeah, I guess he's probably not going to want to get involved. I don't know, because this is the other thing. He does come across as a channel that's basically on the lower end of the spectrum for controversy. So you know how like Quentin never wants to basically speak to me publicly. It's like whether or not you interpret that as Quentin thinks his arguments won't hold up, you could also assume that it's because it's like I don't want to do any of that because that's like. You know, they look at there's almost like this stupid thing where they're like, that's like fighting in the mud sort of thing, instead of just you make your video and then you leave the internet alone.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of that because it usually just doesn't. It's like surely you can be your ideas can be discussed. Surely we can have a discussion without you assuming I'm just going to insult you. We did it. It can happen.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, Hello Greedo is another person who my fans asked to debate me, and he said no. And
Oh, God.
I can't remember what the quote was exactly, but he said something like, why would you want to debate Star Wars? It's like films that are entirely made for just you enjoy them on a personal level or some shit like that. I remember reading it being like, what?
You know,
Oh, shit, he just said, how do I join?
Oh, fuck! Hold on. Did the link disappear, maybe? Let me go back on Discord. Maybe
Well,
maybe I need to refresh the
how much
link.
information does he need? Like, does he have Discord? Or does he not know how it works?
I don't know. I have the Discord link in the chat. Maybe it's older link? It might be. If I can figure out how to make a new link, I don't remember exactly. Here. Go invite. Wait, shit. Invite people.
Of love.
Or send a server link to a friend. Got it.
And then invite Just Right. I can't. I have no
Okay.
information.
Here is the Discord link. And I'll refresh it in the description. You might have to refresh your page to do that, but...
I love how everyone's saying debate when, don't worry, it can just be a conversation. Doesn't need to be a debate.
He'll be super peaceful.
Debate is a toxic word, guys. Careful.
We'll talk about how Kevin Spacey did nothing wrong.
Dude, it'll get to the point one day where people are like, conversation? That's a toxic word. Like, sorry, I mean, we both speak and sometimes listen to each other.
Conversation is it's a racist term. Well, this is definitely not how I thought it was going to go.
No, but I'm bet you're glad we streamed it now.
Yeah, well, now I definitely am.
I mean, this is a pretty strong amount of live viewers as well, isn't it?
Yeah, 1,000. I usually average around like 300-400. I think the most I ever got was when I had Rags on for the podcast. I think I got like a couple thousand that time. Like 2,000-3,000 maybe.
Stop live stream bullying.
Live stream bullying.
Oh, do you mind if I post my Discord then as well?
Oh yeah, sure.
People to come on, like, you know, I'm not saying that Wolf's isn't a good Discord, but mine's like, you know, a good Discord.
I mean, if
it's got Wolf stuff in it,
if it is any point of relevance, I mean, I like almost never use my own Discord.
I'm not allowed to post it. I'm gonna have to post you it, and then you can post it. I guess
I can do that.
Oops, remove any web addresses and try again. I hope that Just Right is able to work with Discord. I feel like we should be helping, but I don't know how.
Yeah, well, if he posted more shit, then I would be able to figure out if he's having a problem with it. Maybe he's like reading his textbook, and he's just doing this on the side, underlining some more lines.
Not allowed. You gotta let it be here first.
I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person.
I'm curious as to what he's gonna want to talk about.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming probably just go over some of this stuff. I don't know how long he's been in this stream, so I don't know if he's seen a lot of our arguments.
Oh god, can you imagine he's been here for like a whole thing? I had to raise my voice. Just right, more like just quit. Oh, the bullying comments. Enough. No more debate.
Peeps on your Discord think someone is raiding, LOL. Well, the people on my Discord are kind of dumb. That's why I don't even use my own Discord. Not often, at least.
But I like Just Right managed to get in there at least. Have you got like a we have like a thing on ours that tells us who's been joining recently. Have you got one of them?
I'm pretty sure that I have a bot on there that does it, unless my mods deleted that, because my mods, well, needless to say, there was some stuff with the mods that I had to go over for like 2 months.
Ah, there you go. He's only just got Discord.
Ah. Okay.
I'd recommend pretty much anybody has Discord these days.
Yeah.
Seems to be like the most commonly used thing aside from Skype, which I still don't know why that's the case. I think Skype's good for businesses or something.
I've used Skype once in the past year, and it was the strangest experience because it had like some crazy new update, and I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, I get really annoyed when I have to use Skype, but it's usually because the person I need to talk to doesn't use anything else.
Yeah. Hold on, since he just got Discord, I'm going to put the link back in the chat again, just in case he... And then, what you have to do just right is, when you get onto the Discord server, on the right-hand side, there's a whole list of names. My name, the Dishonored Wolf, is at the very top. You just got to click my name and send me a friend request, and then I'll be able to bring you into the call. In the meantime, I'm going to go take a piss.
Could this end up being another notch on our belt, Wolf?
Oh, yeah.
I love how we went from random dude on your Discord to fucking I hate everything.
I know.
Wait a minute.
Although no one actually saw that, though. Sadly.
Yes, but we can tell the tale.
We can tell the tale, and we can do this, too. In the meantime, I'm going to quickly go take a piss, because I drank like a whole Pepsi while we were doing this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a whole beepus.
Which leaves me with the chat. Come on, guys, entertain me. Your mom gay. Ugh, see? Can't rely on you for anything. Yes, let's hope that he's able to figure out Discord. I don't know how I can help, to be honest, aside from I don't know if he's probably better off not posting his actual ID because then everyone will add him. But I mean, I'm in Wolf's server. If someone can direct me to him, I would PM him and allow him to join this chat. It'd be nice and easy. Hey, MauLer, do you have a server? I do indeed. But I can't post it. Wolf did post it up there somewhere. From my point of view, Just Right is evil. MauLer does have a server, yes. Do you know what the fanboy said to MauLer? Quit being autism. Now you're in on the in-house memes. MauLer is a baller. Makes you wish YouTube still had private messaging. Yes, they got rid of that recently, didn't they? Also, thank you, Nightbreed Gaming. High five, dude. Look at MauLer's bulge. Now that's a very strange thing to say. Dishonored Wolf and MauLer, a guy named Major Lee said The Last Jedi was a masterpiece and we who disagree are insane. Can you please do a debate with this guy similar to before? Well, we don't really plan out to do debates ever, but obviously if we manage to actually like reach people who are influential, it's quite interesting. But we've had like a lot of requests after we debated that random guy to like debate more people, and it's not like me and Wolf want to do this like every day where we just like it's time to debate The Last Jedi again. 2 more debates, please. I have literally only done like 2, and they were both The Last Jedi. At least, you know, open public debates. I don't think. Oh well, I did kind of debate Wolf on Civil War, so that's 3. But yes, most of the debates take place offline, unfortunately. Call him up, see if he learned his lesson.
All right, I'm back.
Hello. Any news if you've gotten any further with Just Right?
Let me see if he's joined the channel yet. Not seeing it.
They're gonna call bully hunters on us. So anyway, how is your sex life?
It's doing great. MauLer bully.
Like,
Help get him
didn't
in
he say
here.
he
I
had
don't
it?
know. I don't know what he's doing.
I just wonder what he's up to.
It's hard. Maybe we do need to use Skype. Go back to that
In
primitive
fairness,
system.
Thunderfoot, like, somehow when he installed Discord, he got a virus and like had to do his own.
How?
I know, it's the funniest shit. He explains it like that. You're just like, how did you get a virus for Discord? I think somebody tricked you, mate.
Did he like fucking try torrenting it or something? I mean, just go to discord.com, download it. How did you get a fucking virus from that?
How is the question, indeed? Yeah, it definitely comes across as like old man Thunderfoot is like, oh, yeah, very confusing Discord application. It provided me a Trojan virus.
Man, how can a guy be so good with science and so bad with Discord?
Well, it's like an alchemist looking at a calculator. He'd be like,
God damn it, Thunderfoot.
Oh, give me a sec.
I'm Sage Hayden on Discord. Okay, let me see if I can get it. Maybe I can actually just look you up and find you. He'd probably be all the way at the bottom of the list at this point, so I have to look through about 15,000 people now. Those are all the people that are offline. Fuck, I didn't realize how many people were in my Discord.
Can't you like search the whole thing with just if you type in Sage, you'd probably find him, right?
Do I have to type in like at Sage? I don't know.
Sage Hayden. The thing is, I said it's probably not wise for him to post it, but if you had that and then the tag after it, you'd be able to add him, obviously.
Yeah. Hold on.
But then he's gonna get a fucking shit ton of ads.
Let me see. Oh, someone posted. There we go. Alright, sent him a friend request. Now we just gotta wait. Oh yeah, you'll have to go to the left sidebar and click Friends. And then on the pending... Oh, he got it.
Hey.
Okay. So now we just need to pull it. Oh, I forgot we were in here with Fortia.
Oh, he's just... he's muted, you're fine.
Hold on. Sage, here we go. Pulling you in. Add.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Oh,
Hello.
there we go.
How do you do, sir?
Hi there.
How has your day been?
It's actually been great. I've been able to take a break. Been watching you guys. So you guys don't like the video, eh?
Well...
It's not my favorite video.
That's a way of putting it, yeah.
Yeah. No, I've been watching.
How much?
Quite a bit, but I think you said it best. I think you were quoting a commentator saying that this doesn't have to be a debate; it can just be a conversation. So
Absolutely.
you can just let the air out of the room here a bit.
We would prefer that, to be honest.
So, yeah,
do you know our names at all by any chance?
I don't.
Because we get mentioned a lot in the Last Jedi sort of discussions. Wolf, I think, has the highest viewed rant on the film on YouTube right now.
Oh, I know your channels. I didn't know your real.
Oh, that's what I meant. You have heard of us then?
Yes, I've seen the videos pop up.
You haven't given them a watch, have you, by any chance?
I've watched the first one of yours, the your longer one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I watched the Unbridled Rage one, and I watched I did watch the Dishonored Wolf one as well.
If it's any point of consolation, I've known MauLer for like 6 months now, and I still haven't watched all of his videos on The Last Jedi yet.
Yeah. It takes a few years to get through all of mine.
Yeah, you got quite a lot to say about it, eh?
Oh yeah, I've said, I don't think I said it in the series, but I've said it several times that I think Last Jedi should be used in universities to like show how fundamentally broken a film can get from a script. It's like fascinating.
Right, because so like a lot of your points I find, and I guess this is what I was like trying to get across in this video is like it depends on how you rank things, right? Like what you value, like because you're very oriented on like plot holes, right? Are like very important. Can I make that like a assumption? Like, well, is that a fair representation of your position?
I'd go for consistency as a word. Like it applies to character and plot, which essentially takes the whole script with it. Then,
right? Okay. Because yeah, I think that's like where like most of the disagreements come from. Is just like for me, like when a movie has a plot hole that doesn't bother me as much anymore as maybe it used to. And like when a movie doesn't quite fit in with its predecessors, that doesn't bother me as much as it used to. And I can totally like see those as being like derailing parts of this movie, but yeah.
So what changed?
What do you mean? Like
what made you
that,
change your mind from going from being more concerned about plot holes to not being so concerned about them?
Probably just doing this more. Just like watching more movies and writing more essays, like the more you get into it, like I think the more you're concerned with, I don't know how to phrase this, I guess, but like I'm more interested in like what the like underlying what part of a movie is, like what's the author attempting to get across. Like 5 years from now, when all of the like surface level details of a movie become obscured, once they get blurry, right? Like what are the things that are still left over? And like I think there's a bunch of things in The Last Jedi that are pretty valuable and are gonna stick around. So that to me is like a sign of quality.
So like the idea that failure can make for a great teacher, I absolutely love that idea because it's very true, very applicable. But I think the film does an awful job of putting it forward, which is where my grievance would come in. Is funnily enough, I would probably defend that quote you showed in your video where the person said it's about the execution. I probably would go a bit more detailed than that, but yes, there is. I don't particularly care what the message was. I would accept whatever was assessed by even Rian Johnson himself. He said like these are the things that I think my movie was trying to get across. That's what I was trying to do in my writing. I'd be like, oh, that's fine, but you know, you've got this here, this here, this here, this here. These are all errors. I said I'd happily have the conversation with him because I don't know how he'd be able to defend the film from a position of what I would probably. I don't want to be condescending, but reality, like there are rules that you have to stick to in order to have a story be coherent. You can't just jump and, you know, I'm not even being metaphorical with that. Like the film's editing is a problem, among other things. You know, like the basic assessment that the audience have an assumption about where certain things are and then they are moved just so the story can continue it's just cheap. That's like you wouldn't teach that in a writing school because that would be a mistake, or it would be cheap writing, like I said. So the film has classic examples throughout all of the scenes, and we've been over so many of them, me and Wolf, with so many different people. And it usually comes down to whatever the message was in the film supersedes any of these errors. And so the question becomes, in that case, can anything be looked at as flawed? Could you just say this for everything?
Well, it kind of depends on what your goal is in critiquing it, right? And like what your goal is to get out of a movie. Like I totally understand like a lot of people going, you know, most people go to movies and they'll rank it on, did I enjoy myself in the theater or not, right? And like that's perfectly fine. Like that's the normal way to consume media. But there's like a whole other group of people who are, you know, like myself, who are just, you know, going to read things again and again and again and like look into it. And we're just going to get a lot more value out of it having some more substance to it. Like I felt like The Force Awakens doesn't have a lot of, like, it's not a very interesting movie to me because it just doesn't have a lot of substance. But like to your point of like, can you make mistakes, right? If like I see how you're taking away from my video that like if everything's interpretation, then like can you make mistakes? And like the answer is like absolutely, but for certain audiences, right? Like I have 3 videos on my channel that are just, you know, talking about The Last Airbender, right? Mm-hmm. Which is a movie I absolutely loathe. But there's kids who go into that movie and get a lot out of it, right? It's like a lot of fun for them. So like the mistakes that are made are just, they're not being absorbed by the audience at all. So it's like it's a different thing. These things are, you know, it's super nuanced.
So
like anytime
if we were watching an Apollo launch and the ship itself exploded and your child next to you said, I love fireworks, this is amazing, would you tell them, yeah, it is pretty good, but there is a different interpretation in which many men have just died and the technology has been wasted? But I understand that you enjoy it, so it's not really objectively a bad thing that's just happened there.
Right, but that's not fiction, right?
What is the distinction that would matter in this case?
Well, I think you're attempting to like equate like a fictional story to an event in reality, right?
Well, I mean, you could have a movie where that exact event happens, and the kid could have the same reaction.
Right. But there could be a different context to it happening in the story, right? Because like everything that's happening in a story is metaphorical, right? To an extent. Like it's representative of something. Do you know what I mean here?
Could you not make that argument for reality?
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
So you can't interpret events on the planet as something else? Spiritual, maybe?
Right, but like, see, I get like what you're. You can absolutely do that, right? I mean, what you're trying to get at here is like you would be wrong, right? Like if the Northern Lights happened and you think that it's X thing that's happening, you're incorrect, right?
Yeah, it has
but
an explainable,
yeah.
definitive set of science behind it, while someone else could be like, well, that's God reaching out to us.
Right. But I just think stories just operate at a different level. I don't know if I can fully articulate what that level is, but I just don't think it's kind of like a useful comparison to be like, well, what if it's happening in reality, right? Because it isn't. It's fiction.
Well, as Wolf just said, you can just have the same scenario but in a film, if that makes it easier to understand.
Right, and like, so my background is like I come out of English literature, right? And if you were to write an essay for like analyzing a book, right, you do have to back up your position, right? Like if you're making a thematic analysis of any kind of text, like you have to come up with evidence, right? Like that's important in order to convince someone else that it's the truth, but it's still a true fact that it's true for you, right?
Okay. I wouldn't deny that, but that's what we would separate as subjective versus objective. Until your claims have any kind of evidence, proof, or argumentation, that's all they are. They're just
they're still subjective, though. They're still subjective. Like even if you put even if you can get together the most airtight argument that such and such a movie is about such and such a topic, it's still not objective. It's still subjective, right?
Why?
Because it depends on, well, first of all, because other people you can always levy a counter argument to these kinds of things in English literature, right? And like that little diagram that I had in this video about like the work, the universe, the artist, and the audience, like those things are always changing, right? So it's always changing in the moment what a text means. Like, there's a bunch of movies that have changed contexts just because of the Me Too movement, right? Like you don't watch The Usual Suspects in the same way today than you did 10 years ago.
Because
it's just impossible. Because of Kevin Spacey, yeah. Like,
but that would be okay. So to give you context for that, like I'm a huge fan of Kevin Spacey's work. Same for a friend of mine who would have probably said he's his favorite actor, bar none. But after all this has happened, it's sullied it a bit, and he can't like separate that from the actor. However, if that friend was to argue that The Usual Suspects isn't as good a quality movie now, thanks to knowing that Kevin Spacey has done what he's done, that would be a subjective argument for the quality of the film being reduced. It's not objective at all. It has nothing to do with the actual film whatsoever. It's just like cultural impacts or meta-narratives. There's plenty of things going on. I don't deny that, but the film is the film. So if I say, for example, point out how Phasma disappears and reappears during The Last Jedi, you don't come back to me with, well, I don't think that is an editing mistake. I see it as a stylistic choice. It's like that's invalid. I mean, you can think it, but it doesn't make it true.
Okay, but that's a little different. Like a description of the plot is a little bit of a different thing than like an analysis of quality or theme. Right?
Well, an analysis of a theme would you did it in your video. You had a couple of examples. You pointed to Finn and Rose getting caught in the base as a failure. You used the word failure, and it's interesting to think about because What do you think is deep about it? The fact that they failed to complete their mission, or what is in any way a lesson, or is interesting, or what is thematic about that?
Actually, I think you might have misinterpreted what I was saying at that point in the video, because I was just kind of like listing things that happen in the movie, right? I wasn't like making an argument that like the movie's deep because these things happen.
So what was the point?
Of like bringing that up? Like what?
Sure.
What do you mean? Just that it happened, right? Like I just
okay.
Let's
just. I'm trying to like think of something that we could both grab onto. So, did you hear what I said in response? That like it's a really they get caught for no other reason than a random droid spots them. Do you see that as good writing? Do you see it as bad writing? Do you see it as it's neutral? It's just that is writing. That's just there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing right with it. That's something that happened. The writers decided that is something that would happen.
Yeah, there's better, more character motivated ways for that scene to have happened.
So sure. My assessment is that it's cheap because the writers would have been on the script and they'd be like, right, we need them to get caught. How are we going to do it? Droid sees them. Sweet. Moving on. While,
yeah.
You know, yeah, perhaps you're agreeing with this. Like, you could have had a character reason for it. Like, one of them gets... I would try and make an argument, but there's so little character in The Last Jedi that I can't even think of what Rose could do that would be in line with her character that would cause them to fail their mission. Same for Finn, same for DJ, because we know bugger all about DJ. But you understand the point then. So if you can break down aspects of the film, as I did with the Phasma thing and that just now, once you've done it enough throughout each of the scenes, do you not reach a conclusion? You see patterns.
Right, but if... but like it matters how much of a percentage... I'm trying to speak in your terms here, right? Like it matters how much of a percentage like that scene affects your overall assessment of the movie, right? Like if that scene blew it for you, if that's 50% of your opinion, then it's, you know, you're going to have a different opinion than someone who just values something else more.
Well,
right?
We spoke to I Hate Everything, right? And he said that there's only nitpicks about the plot that really are brought up. And so I said, okay, so the fact that all the Star Destroyers forget that they have hyperdrive during the chase, is that a nitpick? And he was like, okay, maybe that's not a nitpick. And I was like, no, it's a major plot error. That's the, or whatever you want to call it. Like,
right, but I don't care.
Actively, okay.
This is what I'm saying, right? Sorry to interrupt you.
So yeah. I Hate Everything understood it, and he was like, yeah, so the writers have actively said, we're going to forget this thing exists in order to tell our story. And so his response was, it doesn't bother me. And then I said, okay, it doesn't care that it doesn't bother you. This is a fact. It doesn't give a shit that you don't have a problem with it. This is the difference between objective and subjective. I don't get to tell you how I feel about it unless I was trying to offer you my opinion on it. It's a thing that we both agree is a thing that happened. So we've got that one. We can move on to the next one. When you put them up on a big wall, like all these different things that happen, you get to the point where you're like, right, so factually, this film is, you know, littered with errors. Subjectively, it could be the greatest masterpiece you've ever seen, but objectively, we're looking at a complete mess here.
Again, though, like it's just like that can be a problem of the film, but like for me, that is a total, like that has zero impact on my opinion. The fact that they have hyperdrive, right?
I could say the same thing.
Right. So then it doesn't factor into your equation then, right?
Not my subjective equation, but when I'm looking at, say, for example, I love the film and someone brought this to me, I have no choice but to say, yes, that is an error. And that is a problem in the scripts. But me saying it doesn't bother me is almost like, okay, it doesn't affect what we've just said, because it's like two conversations at once. We're talking about the things that actually happen and what they're worth, you know, within the film, with no other interpretation. This is literally just how things work versus how you feel about them. We don't care about how we feel about these things. We're talking about what they are and what they do.
Right. So well, we can acknowledge that it might be a problem for someone else, right? But it's a problem in their subjective lens. It doesn't make it objective. That
not talking about people.
On that,
it is a problem factually. It has nothing to do with people.
Okay.
How people interpret it, that's a whole other conversation. There's a line that's being crossed here. I'm trying to bring you back. We're not talking about how people see it unless you're going to say that like everything in reality is based on just how we see things, that nothing is like has a basis. We're not going to that point, right? Like we all agree that, say for example, gravity and different laws exist. Like there are things that you have to abide to when you're writing your story. These things getting broken are errors, whether or not you feel they are.
Right. Okay. Like I see, like I understand what you're saying. I just don't really understand why this is such a problem, because this is like every movie, right? Like every movie has some level of this.
I suppose, but this is how it's
right?
determined.
Like you can
The
like you can
amount
go
and how
find
serious they are.
right, but I've like The Force Awakens. I'd posit has like just as many problems from a plot level on like those types of things. Like I'm sure you can
just to
dredge up
give you an
videos
idea,
that can. Yeah.
My next series is going to be on The Force Awakens, and my script is currently longer than the one for The Last Jedi. So,
right.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps you're wrong. It depends. The one thing I'll give you right is Jurassic Park. Very much a favorite film of mine. The T-Rex walks in through his paddock, through the gates, and then later on, that paddock becomes a cliff edge that the car gets dropped off. That doesn't make any sense at all. And it's there because they wanted to have the dramatics of the T-Rex entering the area and then the dramatics of the heroes being pushed off the cliff. But they said, fuck it, we're just going to put them in the same place. Hopefully people don't notice. However, that's one. It's like, how many more can you name from Jurassic Park? It's like, it gets a little bit tough. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it does affect the quality of the film. There's no denying that. The Last Jedi, like, I've given you a handful.
But it actually... Okay, sorry to... You can finish that point there.
I was just going to say that the Last Jedi is in, like, I want to say the hundreds in terms of issues.
Right, but, like, just back to the Jurassic Park stuff, like the scene is better from, like, a visceral, like, emotional, suspenseful perspective because they've made that little switch, right? Like, it's movie magic there, that you forgot a little bit about the geography of the scene, and now the scene is better.
Again,
like it's right.
Is it better subjectively if it's giving you those feelings? That's absolutely fine. From an objective standpoint, it's not.
For most people who watch that scene, right?
Absolutely.
Like it's very suspenseful. It's one of the best suspense scenes.
There's a reason I described it as one of my favorite films. I didn't say it was one of the best films.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that's two different things. Yeah, the objective robot who's judging these films is not going to give a crap if I say, I still love the scene. He's going to be like, I understand that. We're not talking about that. And then I go, oh, okay. And then what I can do is say, no, it makes sense because it was two different parts. And then we look at the scene and it's not. And I'm like, shit. Okay, fine. And then the robot is like, see? So we agree. This is objectively an issue. And then I go, yes. And then the robot tallies the overall points of Jurassic Park. Actually, Lessons from the Screenplay did a video on it yesterday or today. It was very good. Explaining what the best parts of Jurassic Park are, and the bad pales compared. While in The Last Jedi, we've got what I would happily call like 95% just rotten in the film in terms of bad writing.
Right, but like I'm seeing you kind of come back to this point a lot, and I just don't understand why you feel the need to like separate out what your viewing of the film is versus what your like guess
the robot,
what, like as what the robot, right? Like
it's so that we agree, like, why, instead of constantly fighting. As I know how altruistic that sounds, but I'm not kidding when I say like it makes conversations so much easier. Because if you tell us Last Jedi is a masterpiece because of these amazing characters, blah blah blah, and then we come back with, but that doesn't make sense because of this, then you go, okay, both of our interpretations. I'm like, whoa, we have our interpretations, but let's see which one actually lines up with the facts. We can agree on it and then go home. So, for example, you know, Holdo not telling Poe her plan. Do you genuinely think that that's like fine?
Yeah. That doesn't bother me at all.
So, would your reasoning be because she doesn't trust him?
Yep.
So why doesn't she tell anyone else?
We don't know who she tells.
Okay.
Right.
Why doesn't she tell him the plan once he knows that the transports are being fueled? What difference would it make?
See, this is interesting because, like, I don't like. I'm not gonna have like.
This is so. I'm not gonna have you off, right? We can put a pin in that. The process I was trying to do with you there is I'm being the robot for now. Because you don't know how I actually feel about those scenes. Maybe I feel it's not actually an issue. Maybe I could argue it for you. I do it in my own video to try and make people feel I'm on a more of a level playing field. For example, she didn't tell him because she was testing his ability to take orders. But then my follow-up question to that would have been, so why didn't she do it when he held her at gunpoint and threatened the lives of the entire ship, which I don't have an argument for, because that is absolutely ridiculous that she doesn't do it at that point. That's the breaking point in which you're going to sacrifice the entirety of the resistance just to prove a point about Poe's recklessness. Are you kidding me?
Right, maybe, I don't know. Like, see, this is interesting, right? Because for me, like, none of that stuff shows up in a first viewing.
Okay.
Like, maybe, or, you know, like, that's really how you're making a movie, is, like, it's okay for those little details to not quite add up in retrospect to a degree, right? And most of the audience will overlook them like most of the time, right? That's why like
It's
most
another
movies
argument
are like this,
for
right?
the people rather than the robot, though.
Right, but I don't really believe in your robot, right? is kind of what I'm saying, because like no one makes no robots make art, right? Art is made by people, and no one would.
That's not what I'm saying at all. So there are films that can stand up to the robot. There are films that have scripts that the robot says, this is actually excellent. Besides, the robot's analysis of Infinity War, for example, would probably be that it's like a 6 or a 5 out of 10. There are enough plot issues to harm it, but there's so much work for the characters that has been done and established and worked on throughout the series that it's undeniable quality.
Mm-hmm.
There are contradictions in The Last Jedi's work with the characters. That is something the robot can't abide, but plenty of people can, absolutely. And I'm not trying to devalue opinions, because plenty of people want to just... For example, Incredibles 2 came out, and loads of my fans were asking me what I thought of it. It's like, for one, I'm not seen it. I don't really plan to see it at all, because I don't necessarily care. But if I had seen it, I probably would have been like, I liked it, I guess. And they'll be happy to know that. They'll be like, yes, he liked it. And it doesn't mean anything, really. It's just my perspective. What they like about my channel is the robot part, where I rip everything down so you can actually see what things are actually making you feel stuff.
Right,
if
and
you
that's
have negatives.
Right, and that's like a fun thing to do as like a form of criticism, I guess. But like again, it's just I feel like the kinds of movie, like the kind of perspective you're advocating for, would just make for really boring art. Right?
Well, I have a
Like,
question about that.
Sure.
So I've been watching your videos for a while. I started around like the second Hobbit video, I think. And
yeah.
So what I really liked about your Hobbit videos, and with your, like you mentioned before, your Last Airbender videos, is because you were doing what essentially me and MauLer do all the time with movies, is we are the robot, essentially, and we pick apart what's wrong with the movie on an objective structural level. And I know that you have done that, and that's some of my favorite content that I've seen on your channel. So it's kind of strange to me why you just are kind of flipping the script and going from that to just kind of ignoring some of the similar problems that The Last Jedi shares that you don't really seem to bring up with The Last Jedi. The Hobbit shares with the movie, that is.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's a valid question. I mean, personally, I think it's about evolving as a critic. It's not to say one. You know, there's different ways of looking at things, and it might not be an automatically a greater evolution. But for me, it's just more rewarding to look at a film through the subjective lens, and you know, you're reflecting on what your emotions are in a film, as opposed to, you know, it's fun to make those kind of videos, the Hobbit videos, right? Like and it's cathartic to watch them, especially if you didn't like a movie. But I also kind of feel like, to a point, it's a little bit unhealthy. And I think like YouTube is kind of filled up with a lot of that kind of content. This is why I think like CinemaSins is, you know, like kind of a bit
awful.
It adds, yeah. But it's coming from that.
Me and Wolf do not fucking think that he makes good videos. Like, I wouldn't care if he's listening to this right now. He blends jokes, comments, just in general, that have no relevance aside from being comments, with genuine criticisms, and he puts them all into a sin counter. It's the most confusing analysis I've ever seen. At least with us, we'll be consistent. We'll be like, okay, this is a serious point that actually has repercussions, and this is something, you know, kind of funny that we thought about. If you know, if you think about this, separate it out a bit. But he's just like, I mean, there's no lap dance in this scene. Ding. You're like,
he'll be like, oh, the logo was 25 seconds. Like, who gives a shit about the fucking logo? No one.
Yeah, exactly. But also like that entire perspective of just like, you know, his channel started as let's find all the plot holes, right? And even that alone, I just think is like, you know, not, you know, it's not very interesting criticism. It's just, you know, they're just plot holes, right? Like, there's more interesting things going on in a piece of art than like whether it perfectly lines up with reality.
Sure, I think that almost a similar motivation behind what I do as you seem to for what you do. I think it's a problem in reverse. I think that blending the idea that a film is just good because you can interpret it as good without actually paying attention to the script harms genuinely good scripts, and it confuses viewers who are trying to learn the difference. So you have something like The Last Jedi being put on the same pedestal as anything that was, you know, why not? Because they're both new. Infinity War has so much work put into conclusions for characters and payoffs, while The Last Jedi is just like noodling around, being like, oh, this is happening, they're doing this for this reason. If you interpret it enough, it'll be good. Why make good films anymore? Why work hard on scripts when you can just, you know, shit out on a piece of paper and somebody online will find it good in some interpretation? So,
well, that's not what I'm saying, right? Like, that's not what I'm like arguing for. I'm just saying like you should be more concerned with creating art that is emotionally resonant than something that is like intellectually satisfying.
So
this
in
is
that
why
case,
the robot is important, though. If you don't agree with everything from the robot, for example, he says this is issues, this, these are all issues, and you go, none of them bother me. You'd be like, well, that's fantastic for you, but the robots just explain why it doesn't work for so many other people. And until you fix those problems, which you can, I think I heard you say earlier that like art that would satisfy the robot probably wouldn't be very satisfying or something like that. Is that? Yeah, that's to me that's utter nonsense. Like Terminator 2, for example, it would please the robot massively outside of maybe one or two issues. This is my crux of my point. Picture the robot on the scale between 0 and 100. For every flaw, it knocks it down by one peg. It's like, do you think that 80% would not be counted as a pretty great film? Because I would. I'd be like, shit, man, that's a good score to reach. And, you know, plenty of films get over that. Is there no film you've watched and thought, yeah, no one's going to be able to poke a hole in this? This is a tight script.
I don't have like an example like right off the top of my head. Like what are you thinking of?
Well, have you seen In Bruges?
Yeah.
So what would you say is a plot hole or an error or some kind of inconsistency in that film?
I have no idea. It's been a while since I've watched that movie. So.
Is absurdly simplistic. Two guys go to a town, another guy comes in later, there's a gunfight, that's the end of the film. And you could be like, well then, you know, it's like, it's about the characters. It always is. That's where the quality lies. The plot is tight, the plot is simple. And it would score high with the robot, but someone could come along and be like, well, I hated it. And then someone could explain why. It's like, well, it's boring. The two characters spend so much time doing nothing in this town. It's like, why would I care? It's like, that's absolutely fine. But objectively speaking, it's got shit tons going on. And you'd analyze the scenes showing all of the imagery and parts of the dialogue that are revealing to you the history of these two characters over time. And then that person can be like, well, I found it boring. It's like, that's subjective. Try again. And then they go, okay, well, it contradicts because at one point he says this and another point he says this. And the robot is going to have to throw that line or that declaration against the actual film and see what's right. And then it's like, okay, actually, no, it does make sense. And then that person again is stuck because they didn't like it, but they don't actually have any objective reasoning. So they have to give up and say, I just don't like it. Personally, I just don't like it. And the robot is like, thumbs up. That is absolutely fine because that is subjectivity.
Right. But okay. But like, if they don't have an argument for why they don't like it, right, then they probably just haven't dug deeply enough.
Or they're biased. Hey, wait, hang on. Okay, so I don't want to sound like
exactly. No, but that's exactly it, right? Like they're biased because that particular story doesn't resonate with them as a person, right?
Sure.
Like everyone's biased, and that's, if you have a complicated relationship with your father, then you're going to react deeply to movies that are about that, right? You can call that bias, but that's also like why art exists, is to like explore that, to give you a better understanding of like the feeling that you already have. And like, I don't know, I think we're just gonna have to like agree to disagree here, because I just don't find any value in discounting that.
feel
Like,
like
that is like so much
We're
more
nearly
important
there.
to me than
We haven't discounted it. We've just described it as subjective.
Well, I have something to go off of that father example you just used. So let's say that you had a girlfriend that cheated on you with your best friend. Could you not, by that same account, say that The Room resonated with you for having pretty much the exact same theme, even though that movie is objectively horrible?
Right, exactly. But I wouldn't describe it like. I don't like using like the word objectively is just, it's very it's tough to use that word in regards to art, right? Because yes, there's always that one person who's like, actually, I like it because of such and such a reason. This happened in my life, right? And then it's not objective, right? It's not objective if one person disagrees with it.
Okay, let's stop
right?
there. So, I don't agree that the star that we orbit around is called the sun. Therefore, it's not objective.
I don't agree that the world is round, therefore it's not objective.
I made this argument
You need an argument from art. That's the thing. You can't just use scientific facts to disprove an artistic argument, right? Like,
I had this argument with the right opinion, and he's extremely pedantic and I'm going to say intelligent. I like the guy a lot. His response to that was science uses objective definitions, and I said back to him, you have definitions in art for many of filmmaking processes.
Right, but they're always shifting.
Name one that shifted.
There's plenty of like,
and I already have an answer for that. Even if whether or not you can come up with an answer,
but
I just respond by saying that Pluto was a planet. Now it's not. Then it is. Science changes definitions as well.
Okay, that's this is really funny. But I mean, like, there's certain cinematography and like the emotions that you get out of it shifts over time, right?
We're not talking about emotions, though. Composition can be objectively assessed. For example, the focus on a frame. You could have everything is blurry throughout the whole film. You don't get to go, that's objectively good filmmaking. Be like, no, it's out of focus. That is bad.
Okay, right. But like a certain technique that you could use could shift over time, right? Like people could have different emotional reactions to how, like a hard zoom in, right? If that's used, if it's overused, then the context shifts, right? So like the technique that you're using suddenly has new meaning, right? And these things
you have an objective argument leading to feelings. You'd be like, overuse results in negative emotional reactions. It's like you can actually prove why. Be like repetitive strain. It's just like, there you go.
Okay, right. But like it does change over time, right?
Feeling emotional arguments. It's like, I don't disagree with you, but this has nothing to do with objectivity. Like yes, these people do interpret things differently over time.
Right. Okay. Well.
Well, I
think we're getting like a little too like esoteric here, where it's like, I'm not gonna, I really just can't share your opinions about how to describe something as objective in art, right?
Well, I got a example for you. So, I mean, obviously, I can like point out Surtur from Thor Ragnarok, and I think he looks fucking hideous. MauLer doesn't really have a problem with it. So that's like obviously subjective. I can't exactly measure what makes it look bad, aside from comparing it to things that I think look better. But if we're talking about just writing, if I say Yoda using lightning as a Force ghost makes no sense and breaks a lot of fundamental rules in the Star Wars universe, and I say, well, if he could use lightning in the past, then why didn't he just go to Endor, use lightning on the big shield generator, and then just lower the shields for the rebels ahead of time? Do you think that's an objective problem or a subjective problem?
I still think that's a subjective problem because you could come up with reasons for why he's using lightning now and he's not using it then. You don't need the film to answer every single question, right? Like,
You don't feel it's the script's almost responsibility to account for these things?
No, like it's magic, right? Like the Force is magic, and now it's magic.
But it
being
has
used
rules.
differently.
Couldn't Force ghosts have stopped Order 66 from happening in that case then? If it's just magic,
Right? But you can say that maybe the Force ghost didn't have that power back then, and now maybe Yoda is getting stronger in the Force as
In
he's
that
dead,
case,
right? You see what I mean? Like it'd be a
Why
problem.
didn't he use it to help them in the film then?
Okay.
Can he only use it on the island?
Sure. I mean, like that's a question for you to ask, but we're kind of getting to the, why don't they just take the Eagles to Mordor kind of argument, right?
But that is valid.
Right, but the actual response there is that like the Eagles don't want to interfere with the realms of men, right? Like that's the answer.
that's
forgetting a Lord of the
there's
Rings history,
there's
right?
quite a few different answers to it, but
Right, but maybe the Force ghosts have, a philosophy of only interfering to a certain extent, or maybe they can only exist for a certain period of time. Like they can only be there for a few minutes at a time, right?
I like this though. This is good because you're actually like countering with objective stuff. So because these things, if they were to be established as rules, would actually counter what we're saying. So, but they haven't been, right? And I don't think they ever will be because I don't think they're going to actually care enough to do it. But what about
just
the fact that
just the fact that you can come up with this kind of stuff,
yeah,
right?
but not always, right? Not every scenario has an answer for this.
Okay.
So why didn't they use hyperdrive all of the Star Destroyers in the fleet?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because you're going to tell me like they didn't have the fuel? It's like, why? How are they there?
Yeah.
and if the ship is faster than they are, then how did it not outrun them?
Oh, people have argued against that. They said that it stayed at a speed that put it faster than them, but not outrunning them because it needed to conserve fuel. See, and that's they never state that, but it passes, right? It's not good because it's never stated in the film, but it passes as an assumption. Like, fine, but there are way more errors you could go over, and this is the process. You would eventually come to a conclusion. It's like, okay, we've been through every event in the film, all the characters from start to finish in the plot, and it's like you tally up all these issues, and then you come to your conclusion, and that's the robot's way of doing things. And then at the end of it, I'm like, yeah, personally, I felt that the film was X, Y, Z, and that a lot of the stuff that I've stated would have made me feel that way. But it's all like we're in a round table, and we get all the facts on the table, and then we all have our own takeaway from it. That's the line that's crossed. That's the interesting part of the dissection, if you will. My subjective assessment of a film rarely lines up with the objective one. It could be close, but it'll rarely be like one for one.
Okay, then right. Then I think we're kind of like, to me, I think we just disagree on like how important it is to even acknowledge the
fair.
robot that you've set up here, right? Like, because to me, like if you put all of these problems into the robot's computer, you're multiplying them by 0, right? Because it doesn't affect my enjoyment of the film, right? So to me, it's just it kind of like it's fun to think about those kind of things after the fact, but like in the moment, it's not changing anything for me. So I just don't see it as like the main form of
yeah, no, that makes sense,
right?
So
like,
there's two things. The first one is the right opinions conversation with me ended with him saying, "Why bother? What's the point of this anyway? Why even bring this into the conversation?" And so I went at him for a good 10 minutes explaining like essentially my start to where I am now in terms of analytical conversation, and I can reference your video. People are going to discuss your video as they should, and they'll assume that it's like these are valid reasons for why I felt the way I did. It's like, for example, Holdo not telling Poe the plan. In your first video, you said that she didn't trust him. That you played a clip. You're like, see, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, but then someone could easily challenge that and be like, yeah, but why didn't you do X, Y, Z here, there, and there? And so the person you've just told that to is like, oh yeah, it does make sense. Sweet, I did like this film, and it was a good film. That's the process complete. I'm happy. But if you'd accounted for all the counter arguments, which again, you're not the only person who's done this. I Hate Everything has admitted to me and Wolf that he's like, yeah, I regret making my video because he didn't account for shit tons of things that happened in that film, and he got a backlash for it. It's like, it comes across as you actively ignoring these things. Conversation becomes so much more clearer and to the point. If, for example, I say to Wolf, I loved Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, and then he's like, what? The film was awful. And then I go, oh no, I understand the film was awful, but I really liked it. He'd be like, okay, that's strange. You usually don't like things that you can put this many holes in. And I'd be like, oh yeah, you know. For example, Batman and Robin, I actually enjoy watching because Arnie is so ridiculous in that film, and it's such a stupid film. It's like a so bad it's good moment. I'm pretty sure Wolf loves The Room. It's like one of his favorite films of all time.
Yeah, I love that
We
movie.
separate these things out because it makes conversation so much easier. Because if he just tells me I love The Room, my brain is like, does he think The Room is good? And it's like, no, we're clear. The Room is bad, but it's something you can enjoy because it's so bad. Like, and when you get to that point, if I was at that level with you, like of understanding, and then I watch this video, and you tell me that this isn't you saying The Last Jedi is a good film, it's arguing what you got from it and why it made you happy. And I'd be like, oh, I wonder if that could be ruined. And that's another concept. There's a friend of mine who's refusing to watch Westworld with me because I've told him that Westworld is bad and I could prove it. If he watched it with me, we could go through how everything works. He's like, no, I don't want you to take away how much I enjoyed that series. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Kind of like funny. Everyone's different on this, conversation. I just like it when we have everything laid out, understood, and then we move on to the next topic. It's what makes discussion very satisfying to me. You can talk about what you gain from it, well, like lessons or understanding, like in terms of the failure as a teacher thing, because I am on board with it. I really like that idea. I would just probably prefer it if it was executed a bit more consistently. That's all. Does all that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand. I think I understand your position. I had something really insightful to say here. That I've kind of forgotten. Sorry for the for the dead air. Yeah. What did I want to say? Oh, yeah. I was gonna. I don't know how insightful it is, but I just was going to mention that I think it's like a very high bar to set that you need to consider like every possible plot hole and like logical problem in the film before you can have a discussion about it, right? Like, and that's kind of what you said here, where it's like you want everything laid out on the table first. But to me, it's like it's more interesting to just have, why try to think your emotions away? Well,
that's what
kind of
I
my
would
response to
assume
that, right?
discussion is for. There's a friend of mine who I share very close perspectives with, but he loves Iron Man 3. I hate Iron Man 3 with a fiery passion. So we're setting up a time where we're going to be able to discuss it. We'll both watch it, and then we'll both, have a conflict of ideas, and one of them is going to win. This is a person who's very on board with the perspective about objectivity versus subjectivity. We're going to come out of it as one of us is probably going to be like, okay, I did have a bit of awkward. I didn't have the right information on this. That's kind of how it goes.
Right. But I kind of like disagree just with that assumption, right? That one of you will win and that one of you should win, right? Like, that shouldn't really
I
be
use
the
that
point.
very. I don't want to like frame it as if it's a fight. Like I'm actually. We don't look at it as a win loss. We look at it as a gaining knowledge, gaining perspective.
Right. And yeah, and no, like that's kind of what I'm attempting to do on my channel too, right? Where it's, I'm looking at these pieces of art and you're trying to figure out how this will help you write your own stuff in the future. What are the principles that you can take out of it that will work, most of the time in similar situations, right? Not all of the time, not in every situation. But, to me, it's like if you convince him to not like Iron Man 3, then like that's a loss. Right? Like you've reduced
entirely.
No, but you've reduced the amount of enjoyment in the world, right? Like if my Hobbit videos actually convinced people to dislike those films, then like that sucks.
Well, I think you're looking at it from the wrong point of view, because if you convinced people, which I'm sure you did with your Hobbit videos, or at least helped enforce the people that already knew that those movies were terrible and help them understand why, I think people gain a better appreciation for movies that are really good when you point out things that are really bad.
There's a scale. If you can identify what is doing it well.
Could you say that again, sir?
Yeah, so
which one of us? I'm guessing Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf. Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
When you point out like the bad things in something that you perceive to be good, and someone's like, "Oh yeah, that is kind of bad," I think that really kind of strengthens the enjoyment for the really good things. Like, I personally hold the Lord of the Rings movies to be the best movies I've ever seen in my life, and movies like The Last Jedi just kind of enforce why I love those movies so much, because The Last Jedi has so many problems that just aren't even present in the Lord of the Rings films. And so when I see a bad movie and I know and I understand why it's bad, I think that helps make the good even better.
And I respect
Sure, yeah,
the idea.
I can get on
You
board with
wanna,
that.
it sounds like you'd be on board with the idea that we take all of the objectively good films and describe them easily to get people enjoying them for what they're worth, and then take all the objectively bad films and kind of skew them a little bit to make people enjoy them regardless of their negative qualities, let's say. My concern would be, I have no idea if The Last Jedi is going to be good. I go see it, then we talk about it through our scale, and then we conclude not a good film. How everyone felt about it is, that's up to you. You take away from it what you will. Someone really loved it and then watches my videos and goes, man, I can't enjoy it like I used to. I just be like, well, that truth hurts. I don't know. Like, what else can you say? It's just like, yeah, you'll find something you love eventually. I made a video on Infinity War, and people commented saying that, previously they thought it was okay, but after seeing this, they were like, wow, it's actually blah, blah, blah. And you could argue against my assessment. I would absolutely welcome it, but I was trying to be as objective as possible in explaining how the characters move from X to Y to Z and why that film is of quality, and then people can draw from the assessment emotions. That would be a wonderful experience, but it happens both ways, because ultimately we're slaves to the scale, objectivity, truth, facts, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you can't do anything about it. They're going to be bad films, there's going to be good films. We take them as they come, right?
Right. Just something you were saying earlier there, though, about I think you were saying about like describing good films as good, and then describing bad films and like looking for the good. Was that what you were saying?
Well, I was a little bit more cynical about it. I was trying to say that you essentially misrepresent the bad film to make good things come out of it.
Right, because I don't think that's what I'm attempting. That, like, I don't believe in that, right? Because I'm not lying about my opinion about something.
I don't think that you feel you're lying at all.
Okay.
Well, okay, so I'm not trying to offend you, right? So if I say that Iron Man 1 is about the problems of communism, right, and that's my interpretation, I put that out in my video, you'd be like, okay, I see why you think that's the truth, but that's not what the film's about. And then I'd be like, what, you think I'm lying? And you're like, no, I think that you have bad information, and it's by no fault of your own. Like, I'm not saying that you've deliberately ignored things or you're lying about all these negatives. It's like, no, we can have the discussion first to figure out what's going on. Because me and Wolf's conversation with I Hate Everything ended with I Hate Everything asking us, why do I like the film if it's bad? And it's like, well, now you need to have introspection, figure out what your bias is. We all, as you said, we all have them. What is my bias towards Batman and Robin that makes me enjoy it? It's like, well, I kind of love Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's probably it. Like that explains it for me. I don't need someone to explain why the plot and the characters are incredible, because I already know that you're gonna have a really rough time figuring that out. Like, it's a horrendous film.
Right. I think you're kind of quoting my video back, right? Because like one of the things I was trying to get across in that video is like you should try to figure out what the context is in which you're watching something, right?
Sure,
like,
but there's only two from what I can tell, which would be
no,
and then impersonal.
I think there's like there can be infinite context in which you're watching something, right? Like, it's a different context for like someone who's just a fan of the prequels is going to have has a different context in which they're watching this movie, or someone who's just a fan of or not a fan of Star Wars, right? Like, all of those things are
the
different.
Categories in which these contexts fall into. There would be two.
And okay, so
what
you're
I'm saying is, out of those thousands,
objective was your two?
Pretty much.
Okay, then I think they all fall into one.
Which should be subjective.
Yes, yeah.
So what is the robot's perspective?
I think that's just the thing. I don't think
he exists.
I don't agree that the robot exists. Is what,
so
that
would be a definitive flaw in your perspective, because I can guarantee you that for every film that exists out there, one person on this planet would have watched it as the robot would. They would have torn it apart. Me and Wolf did it with The Last Jedi.
Okay, but that's still there. Like, it's because those, like, you've determined what the robot's values are, right? Like, that's the
We
thing.
can't disagree on what the robot's values are because objectivity is unable to be debated.
But okay, but it's only objectivity in terms of does this make sense, right? Like that's the question that you have the robot answering.
Is that a problem?
Well, yes, because that's not the question that I'm attempting to answer, right? Like you're trying to answer, is this movie good? And your robot is not asking that question. It's asking, does this make sense? Right?
Well, I guess I wouldn't want to stop at good or bad. I would want to add quality on the end, or script or filmmaking, something, instead of just an arbitrarily good or bad. When we
Right.
say good or bad, we're probably talking about quality.
Right.
Quality is definable through the quality of the actions that are being completed, right? Like, why would these things be taught if they couldn't be improved, meaning that they can be bad and good?
They can be bad and good in most contexts, right? Like that's what you're trying to learn when you're trying to learn storytelling, is like, how does, like, there's such a thing as like conventional storytelling, but there's also such a thing as like not conventional, like unconventional storytelling, and it plays by completely different rules, right?
Well, Quentin Tarantino is an unconventional storyteller, but his scripts are still provably quality.
He's still pretty conventional though, right? Like, sure, like he has non-linear stories, but they're still, pretty conventional.
What would you say is an unconventional story?
Like experimental type movies, right? I don't have an example like right off the top of my head for you here, but like, or like, in literature, I'm actually planning on doing a video on the anti-novel, right? These are novels that are attempting to tell stories that like, don't have plots, right? Like that's unconventional. And your robot would say like, this is a bad novel, right?
Not necessarily.
Maybe, but okay.
This is why I need an example, because then I'd be able to understand where you're coming from better. Because,
right.
Say for example, my robot wouldn't say a book is bad because it doesn't have visuals or something. It depends on what you're trying to achieve here. Like, if the project is a film telling a story, then yeah, there's going to be certain expectations. But like, I don't know, Enter the Void is an unconventional film by your standards, surely?
I haven't seen that movie.
It's essentially a film that's like looking at what it's like to die, and it's very what you could call artsy. Trying to think of like anything.
Mother?
Yeah.
Mother, yeah. Or Eraserhead.
Sure. But these films absolutely can be qualified objectively.
Yeah, okay. We keep running into this roadblock here, right? Because like, I don't think there's a way around it here, because like what you're terming objectively, like I'm just seeing as another form of subjectivity. So there's, I think we should try to like stop trying to convince each other of that point, right? Because it's like completely beyond like the movie, I guess, that we came on here to discuss, or like your problems with the video that I had, or
if we can't reach that conclusion, then any argument we provide you can be shaken off with, that's your perspective, I have mine. And that ends discussions. Right. There's no more to it. Nobody learns anything.
Well, no, it doesn't, right? Because I can articulate my perspective and you can articulate yours, and then we can take away what the valuable things are from that, right? Like we can hopefully like enrich the other person's viewing of it to a degree, but we don't have to. Like I think you have a desire to like come to a conclusion of the conversation, right? And there is no conclusion. Like art is just endlessly talked about. We're still talking about the Iliad, right? Like it's like that's how this works.
I mean,
right?
For example, Captain America: Civil War. I've probably discussed that film more than any other film, thanks to the fact that it gets criticized for quality a lot, while I'll defend it readily. Every conversation that ends with it, in terms of like, oh, I didn't say, for example, someone just says like, there is no problem with Jurassic Park as a film, and then I bring up the fence thing to you. They have now got a benefit of knowledge. They don't get They don't get to say back, nah, that's not a thing. It'd be like, okay. It'd be like, it doesn't bother me. That's a true fact. I'm not going to deny them that.
Yeah.
They don't get to ignore it.
Sure. And I'm not ignoring the complaints
conclusion
that you
information's introduced, accepted, concluded. Now move on. It doesn't have to end the conversation about Jurassic Park or that scene, but that is a conclusion. Information is passed on, because this is the thing. I have information on The Last Jedi, so does Wolf, so does you. We all throw it up into the air, and then which parts fall out? Because, for example, Holdo, does it make sense that she did what she did? It's like, well, compare all of our evidence against each other's. Someone's is not going to work because we contradict.
Mm-hmm.
That's fascinating, because it's like, you got new information. Now your perspective changed. Perhaps I did change your perspective by bringing up the mutiny part of it. I don't know. But it doesn't, like, whether or not it did change your mind, it is the truth. Until it's proven wrong, I suppose. But that, again, that's no different than science.
Right. It's okay. So it's the theory that you have about a particular thing, right? But like, it's just, but and you've said this too, right? It's just you can still keep your own perspective that you had prior to that, right? And that's all that I'm kind of saying here with with my video and that I've been saying here, right? Is that, like, sure, we can, you can find all of these problems with the movie, right? But for someone out there, or for me, right? Like, I had an emotional reaction to that movie, and right, like, you're just not going to change that by telling me.
I wouldn't want to take it away from you. That's only going to happen if it happens, right? Like, that's not my intention to take that away from you. To give you kind of a funny example, like me and Wolf had this debate with a guy before. I forget his name, but he was arguing to the death that the themes of The Last Jedi elevated above standard criticism, and I think what he was trying to say is the whole, I emotionally got this from it, so you can't tell me it's a bad film. Probably what he was going for. So I came back with, okay, what's a bad film, like, objectively? Because he did believe in that sort of state, and he was like, oh, well, Suicide Squad, this is a good example. And I was like, well, you can gain a perspective about teamwork, working with other people to overcome your own evils, to defeat something that's far more important, something like that. And I was like, you can derive a lot of meaning from that film. Anyone could. I'm sure people did. I believe Angry Joe loved that film. Like, he sang its praises. So I was like, these people do exist. And he was like, well, yeah, but that film's bad, though. And I was like, yeah, but you can still feel what you feel. It doesn't. And so he had to, like, basically understand the fact that he was just doing the same thing for The Last Jedi. And it's something that I wouldn't want to do. For example, someone says the Infinity Gauntlet in Infinity War doesn't really follow any kind of rule, and so it's really unclear what Thanos could even do, thus making the stakes very confusing. I don't immediately go, well, I love the film. I go, yeah, that's true.
Right.
And it's annoying, actually, to think about, but the character
he has a reality stone.
Yeah, there's loads of stuff.
Right.
With all the stones, we don't really know what the stones can even do. Yeah. There's also the part where Thor just creates a weapon that's a Thanos killer. It's like, that's useful. That's not good writing. You're not going to catch me, but I still think it's a great film, and I have all of these objective references.
Yeah, it's weird that there's 6 of the gems, and one of them can control reality entirely, and 3 of them can just shoot lasers.
Yes.
That's a little unbalanced and weird.
The only caveat I have is that I don't know how you write that script while also explaining all the rules of the Gauntlet. I suppose there's ways around it, but it was a tough job what they did. So I have some concessions about it, but it's still flaws. They are flaws. I'm not going to deny that they are flaws.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think they just should have. They should have made the gems have 0 power unless they're all together at once. Right.
I think I probably would have gone with they each have one ability and they can only be used one at a time, and they're very, very clear with what the ability is. Like, you can change. The reality one ruins shit, man. He should have just used the reality one on all of them in Titan. Like, what is it? But opening one portal at any one time. It's like, oh, that's pretty clear. I can understand that. I don't even know what the Soul Stone does. I don't think they really give a strong, purpose to it.
I guess he just needs it to delete the people from the universe, because he can delete their souls. I guess.
And that's the other thing, right? Once he gets all 6 of them, what can he do? He can destroy half the universe. Like, what else can he do? It's like,
right,
well,
but like what you're describing
here, about that.
like it breaks every scene that he's in, right? Like every scene that Thanos is in after getting the Reality Stone is broken from your like robot perspective of like, does this make sense? But you still like that movie, right? And that's like really just what we're kind of
which is
getting at here, right?
I have my subjective part of it, but the objective qualities argument, it like I said, the film hits like a 5 or a 6 if you really take these things into consideration, because there's plenty to talk about for objective quality. Like I said, I don't know if you agree with this, but a lot of people value character well before plot. So if you can nail character, which the MCU is relatively consistent on, then you've at least done that. Like plot screwing up is like the next thing. It's like the next important thing. Make sure you nail the plot. So if they fuck that up, yes, the score goes down quite significantly. But again, it's out of my hands. I don't get to tell you that it's exempt or blah 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 blah. The robot is something we can all employ. Mm-hmm. So you can tell me just like I can tell you. I agree. It's just
what do you take away from? Because I think we're kind of going around the same point here, and like honestly, I think you're terming this something that I'm not gonna I don't think it should be called that, but like I think we're kind of coming down to a semantic argument here.
So like the objective assessment versus the subjective assessment.
Yes. Yeah. I just think like what you're thinking of subjective or as objective isn't right. That's just where I'm at. But what do you, the argument that I have in this video about interpretive communities, like how does that like affect your thoughts at all?
I thought it was a bit redundant because it's just like, yes, everybody sees the film differently. Everyone picks things differently or focuses on different things differently. That's why the objective robot guy is useful, because we don't get to fight him. We all have to share.
The argument though is that you don't see it differently, right? Like you see it slightly differently, but like it's kind of interesting to me, like how similar most people fall into a few camps, right?
Can you? Sorry, someone came into my room and asked me something. If you could just repeat quickly, I don't mean to make you repeat. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. But I just find it very fascinating, especially just like looking online, like what the conversation is around this movie, like the fact that people, have fallen into a few camps of like these are the things we find as problems, or this is what I take away from the movie, right? Like that is more interesting to me than like anything that the movie is actually doing, right? Like I think listening to you guys react to the video, I think you guys were you wanted me to kind of get on with the point, right, and get back to The Last Jedi, because I was like talking I was setting up more cynical about it.
I felt like I knew what your point was before I watched the video, which is just going to be that everybody has their interpretation.
Right. Yeah. And I mean it is that. I mean it is like I'm kind of presenting it from like what someone in academia would present it as, right? So that you can actually like I was interested in kind of formalizing this for people so that they can have a discussion about it as opposed to like just endlessly arguing about it. And like to me, like providing that for a viewer is like more interesting to me than like proving the point about a movie. So like that's why all that stuff is there, right? Because I think that's like the actual like content of stuff. Or of my videos, right? Is like, sure, you can disagree with me on like what my final conclusions are about a movie, but like hopefully I've like passed something else on to you. But I don't know, just to get back to like the interpretive communities part of it, like to me it's kind of like an awakening when you realize that like, oh, I'm in a like I didn't just like come to this conclusion. It's based on everything I've ever seen in my life and influencing how like what I think is good. Like if I was to rank the things that I think are important in a film, right? Like my ranking of things is it's made up by what I've heard from other people, right?
It's like the concept of tropes, isn't it? We don't want to see certain tropes precisely because we've seen them in other films. So if someone was watching the first film ever and it had loads of tropes in it, they wouldn't know.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
I completely agree with you. I suppose all that is said in response is like the way I came to this point was, I've been watching YouTube since it started, loads of film critics. And the part that always got me is when one explains, yeah, I like it. The other explains, yeah, I dislike it. That's absolutely fine with me. But then when the guy says, I liked it because of how incredibly well put together the conflict between Holdo and Poe is. And then I'm like, okay. And then I go to the next review and he says, I hated how badly put together the conflict between Holdo and Poe is. And so I'm like, so there's got to be a conversation there, right? Like, they're basing their overall emotion on an actual scene with actual tangible things that happened. So one of them's got bad information because it can't be both. Like, it couldn't have actually been a good conflict and a bad conflict at the same time. So I want to see them talk. And if their conclusion was, we have a different perspective on it, be like, oh, okay, fine, whatever. But if the conclusion was, oh, right, yeah, okay, you're right, I didn't realize that actually was that. Okay. And then they both conclude, yeah, it was a bad conflict. But one of them says, but I enjoyed it still. Then there we go. We've learned, we've moved on, we've analyzed that scene. Let's go. And someone could come back in 10 years and say, both of you were wrong. You missed this detail. And then both of them go, oh, shit, the scene is actually very good. This is all progress to me. And it just assists the overall meta, if you will, of actually being able to critically understand content.
Sure, yeah. Like, I think you can do that in, like, a few situations, but, like, I think it's kind of limited, like, to the degree to which, like, that kind of conversation will happen, right? Like, it's just the stuff where, like, if there's a plot hole and one person didn't notice it and the other person did, then they realize that it exists and their views change. But, like, to me, like, the way more interesting conversation in this movie is, like, how Luke is characterized. And that's never going to get resolved in the way that you're describing it, right? Like,
I mean, if there's, say, if you have this plot of A to B to C to D to explain why it is you felt the way you did about Luke's, position in the film and the others put together, but then we have a completely different interpretation, we share ours, and the references for why we came to our conclusion, that might change your assessment or vice versa.
It's possible that it could, right? But, like, it's not as definitive as your previous case, right?
I'm absolutely happy to agree with that. For every single case, there's going to be a different amount of wiggle room. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Like, the amount of blur that there is like, it's just a completely different thing, right? Because it totally goes back to, like, who you thought Luke was before the movie started.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
like,
as Wolf brought up the whole, does Surtur look ugly? It's like, we don't have much information to go on. If I was a CGI artist who worked really hard on the film, or knew someone who did, and I can reference the Wolf why it looks good in more definitive matters, he'd be like, okay, maybe you got me there. But until that happens, we're going to have to agree to disagree because there's nothing we can do with it, really. And everything has that level of understanding about it. How Star Destroyers work and what hyperdrive is, so we could get to that point there. But yeah, Luke, as you just said, who was he before the films? Who was he after the films? Is it a problem that we've missed 30 years of development? It's all up for discussion. We could have that discussion if you wanted, but it is important to get fundamentals out before we would get to details, I suppose.
Right. Yeah, I think, and I think you're kind of... I think you're kind of prioritizing the conversation around the plot hole stuff because, like, that's where your arguments are strongest, right? So, like, you're starting there because, like, you can construct a pretty strong castle around a position, right?
So we spoke to Ide everything for 5 hours. The first point I made was one of those and a few other plot ones. And he was still like, yeah, doesn't bother me. Wolf brought in a few plot ones. Then we started going to character. We did it for a very long time. And we finally got him to go, okay, the film is bad. Fine. Like, almost begrudgingly. But then, like, calm down. Talked about it a bit more. And he was like, Like, yeah, okay, yeah. What I'm trying to say is that, yeah, I'll start with the clean-cut stuff. I usually go with editing first because it's, like, some of the most definitive stuff in The Last Jedi. Nobody can look at it and just go, yeah, that's not a problem at all. But then, yeah, we move out because it builds the structure easier if we start with the solid stuff and then we move to the debatable stuff, I suppose. Just so we establish that we both understand what an error is, if you will.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, though, is that, like, that is, like, representative of what your perspective is on how to analyze films. Mm-hmm. Whereas, like, for me, like, if I'm going to have a conversation or a debate, like, I'd prefer to talk about the the Luke Skywalker stuff, right? Like I'd prefer to
How it made you feel?
get into that. Yeah, and like I'm more interested in that because it's more of a debate, right?
So, if you will, like to get really meta, I would consider that the payoff of your video, as with mine and Wolf's. It's almost like the summary part of the video is usually the juiciest because you'll be like, I've just presented all this stuff to you. Now I can tell you what it did. So the end of my Last Jedi critique, I think I go on a very large rant about the state of Star Wars, what it's done to me as a viewer, what it's done to many viewers, and et cetera, et cetera. The Infinity War one ends with me making an extremely emotional argument about how incredible the characters are and what they've done, what they've achieved. Like, it's all very emotional. It's all very subjective. The point is that I put in the legwork first to get people there, right? So, like, I do value that as well. Absolutely. It's really important, but I want to earn it, if that makes sense, or if that's the wrong word.
Mm-hmm. Sure. No, I understand I understand that. Because, you're kind of, you want to bring people into along with your argument. I mean, it's just how you're organizing your thoughts on something. So we're going pretty long here.
Is there something else you'd like to say? Oh, Wolf, of course. I feel like he's been silent a lot. I feel bad.
Oh, you guys were just on such a roll, I didn't really want to interrupt you.
Fair enough.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah. My apologies for that.
No, you didn't apologize for having a good conversation.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to... this was a fun conversation.
Good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna bounce.
All right, it was nice to meet you, and have a good day.
Yeah, it was cool talking to you.
Yep. Bye.
Press leave call. I don't think if you press X, I won't get you out of the call.
Oh, I found it. I'm good.
Well.
So now what?
I don't know. I didn't expect that.
Are you okay?
Yeah, like I said, you guys were on such a roll, I was like, I don't even really know what to add here. And there's a couple things where I was like, okay, I've got something I want to bring up, but...
Well, I felt like there wasn't much you could do until you get him... This is the premise for a lot of the arguments that we've had. I say we have to get them to agree that objectivity exists first. We couldn't get that with him at all.
Yeah, that was...
I think he would even accept our premise, but not the titles that we were giving it, so we were stonewalled, and there's nothing you can do. The conversation ends.
Yeah. I wish I asked...
And he was very nice about it.
Oh, yeah.
It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, he was... It's sad, and I wish I asked him about it, because it's like... I can't remember exactly if it was his last really plot analytical video, but I know that he made a video on Game of Thrones Season 7, and that was only like, what, a year ago? So I'm just confused as to what his content is supposed to be, because he's setting two different standards.
He did accidentally nearly imply... He did cover his own words, in fairness. I know he didn't want to say it, but he nearly implied that he was like us and he evolved.
Devolved.
Well, this is the thing. I didn't comment on it because I knew that that's not what he wanted to say. Or at least, I don't think that's what he wanted to fucking say, because it's not exactly kind. But the idea that he once upon a time cared about all the little details and would make it so that films are just bad because blah, blah, blah. But now he appreciates the good even in the bad. And like I said, my response is like, you're ruining the conversation by doing that. You're making it so that nothing has a scale. You're making it so that the good and the bad are all just sitting in a room and you can't even tell the difference.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely good in bad. I mean...
Yeah.
There's I can look at a bad movie, like... We can just look at The Last Jedi and be like, okay, there's some good effects in here.
Well, you know Luke's
good,
actual death, where he's looking from the cliffside into the two suns.
Well
That little bit could have been in a film that I loved, right? You know, like it was really nicely shot, and it's a really good send off for Luke. But in context, it's fucking horrendous.
Yeah, but when you ignore the bad, which is unfortunately what he did in his latest two Last Jedi videos, it kind of makes you seem disingenuous, especially when like he brought up, he's got videos on The Last Airbender, on The Hobbit, on Game of Thrones Season 7, where he does point out
said he
flaws.
evolved, dude.
He evolved pretty fucking recently, I guess. I mean, because The Last Jedi came out in December, and that wasn't too long after he posted his Game of Thrones video. So, did he evolve with The Last Jedi specifically, or... I mean, I know he didn't end up posting his video until later, but...
I should have asked him what's the value of inversing his content, in that you could analyze films to the point where you explain very poetically or interestingly why it's bad, as in it teaches a very bad lesson. Basically, do what he did with The Last Jedi, right? But say like how it breaches the 7 basic rules. Would that be still good content? Would that be something you would consider valuable? Because it's kind of what we were trying to say, right? You learn about the good through the bad, in a way. So if I was like, yeah, The Last Jedi breaches the 7 basic storytelling rules, and then I actually explain how, would that contradict his video, or would that just be an interpretation, and how valuable is that as content? Because I feel like our system will be able to account for that very easily.
Yeah,
but his
I'd
gets
have to,
a little bit murky.
Yeah, I'd have to rewatch that video, because I don't even remember what the fucking 7 basic whatevers that he even mentioned.
Well, I'm surprised that he practically like agreed that the idea that she doesn't tell him about the plan at all throughout the entire film, like there was that moment where he was like, okay, I don't know why she wouldn't tell him when he's actively got a gun on her and it's threatening the entire ship. I don't know. So it's like, surely, if you agree that that is an issue, then because one of his points in that video is about how she's the perfect antagonist. No, not the antagonist to Poe. The person that Poe needs to learn from is his argument. So like, does that not breach that? Yeah. So is it not over now? Isn't your analysis inaccurate now with that information? Would that not be how it works?
I mean, the fact that there was a few moments where we got him to hesitate and be like, huh. It was kind of like how when we had that conversation with Alex and we brought up some plot holes and he just kind of paused as he was like, you could tell he was running it through his head and he was like, this is kind of broken. Like, we got Just Right to do that at least a few times, but it was like he just was really stubbornly just trying specifically to stay by his stance.
Well, he was saying it was down to semantics, which I'm happy to agree with if he could actually argue that. Because ultimately, like, our definitions... do you remember he said objectivity? So you mean, he said something like, what makes sense? And then my response was like, yeah, is that a problem? Like, what makes sense is the rule of objectivity, essentially. But, like, he didn't seem to have... it's not like he said, no, objectivity is this, and then gave a different version that we could say, okay, well, it is semantics. It was more, yes, objectivity is what makes sense, but I disagree.
Yeah, it's just strange, because it's like he was obviously doing the whole theme shit that we've seen 100 trillion times already. But it's like, well, can't we just look at if a bad movie, an objectively bad movie, can have good themes, doesn't that like degrade from the good movies that also have good themes? Like Lord of the Rings has some good themes in there too, but I mean,
I think
Lord of the Rings is a good movie.
I think he thinks that you identify the good movies, good themes, and then you identify the bad movies, manipulated good themes. And that's overall a win for society, because we're all just growing from these things, even if they're bad. But I think I used the word, you're manipulating it to make it blah, blah, blah. And he was like, no, I'm not. That is not what my work is. And it's like, well, if you're aware that the script is bad, or if you're aware that your actual conclusion doesn't match up with what happens in the film, are you not manipulating the script?
Yeah, and someone in the chat someone said in the chat kind of early on in the conversation, because Just Right mentioned something about like how he saw kids that watched The Last Airbender and they loved it, but kids have kind of a bad scale for what is good or not, and they probably wouldn't think that way.
It comes back to the subjectivity thing every time. He still doesn't accept that there's such a thing as objectivity. Well, it doesn't look like he does. So you could be like, yeah, the kids aren't proof that it's good. And he's like, as he said, yes, but as long as one person likes it, that means it's objectively unable to be called bad. And that's when we brought in the rocket example. And he said that doesn't count because that's reality. Yeah. So we said what happens in a movie, and I can't remember what he said then.
Yeah, I don't exactly remember. I think he just
wasn't
like
accounted, by the way. I should have tried something else, because that really wasn't a counter. He just confused me when he was like, reality and fiction are two different things. It's like that doesn't actually account for what I just said at all.
Yeah, because I mean, he didn't really answer the question of if it wasn't a movie and it was a rocket exploding and a kid was like, I like fireworks. It's like, that's not fireworks, though. That's objectively a rocket exploding with people in it. I don't exactly remember what his exact response was to it, but I don't think he really gave an adequate
I think to push
answer.
him on, you described the Force as magic, like that's it, movie magic sort of thing. I wanted to push the idea. It's like, yes, it is magic, but it has rules. Most good, well-written magic in any content has rules. That's the point. So
Yeah.
it generates stakes. You can't have stakes if you don't know what the rules are. It's like, oh, Jedi literally can't die, as shown by Leia if they're thrown into space. It's like, wow. I mean, it would have been better if we knew that before seeing it at the very fucking least.
Yeah, it's just an argument from emotion. That's pretty much all he really gave us. But I don't really hold arguments from emotion, like, at all. I don't think they're worth anything. It's
Well,
just
you're never going to catch
weird.
me countering an argument you made with, I like it, though.
Yeah. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense why he would kind of set up these two different standards on his channel, and I don't really buy his, like you said, he probably didn't mean to word it this way, his evolve thing. Because it just doesn't make any sense to be like, well, I used to be analytical and actually point out why stories are good and why they're bad, but now I just go based on feelings. It's like, you can still go based on feelings on good things too. Like, he made this video on the Rocky movies, and it wasn't a plot analysis, it was a analysis of the themes that Rocky put forward. But that was in a different context from The Last Jedi, because in The Last Jedi he, made that first video where he was talking about how all the characters are great, but we have a bunch of, like, really compelling arguments for why they're not. Whereas in the Rocky movies, he was, like, talking about, like, kind of the making of it and Sylvester Stallone's personal journey with it and all that. So, different contexts, and it's like he knows how to make that kind of video. But it seems like there's a disconnect between the video that I think he might have been going for and the videos he actually ended up making that he just doesn't really seem to grasp, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm almost convinced he knows exactly how we look at it, and I say smart enough, I'd say cunning enough to not agree, because it's going to shatter a lot of his videos if he does.
Or at least...
It's very clear. What we've
yeah.
explained is very simple. It's like, if you argue from emotion, it's just subjective, but if you've got references, or genuine, like, things to point to, plot, character scenes, whatever, it's like, well, that becomes an argument, because you've got evidence that can be disputed or confirmed.
Yeah.
And he was very happy to jump on the Infinity Gauntlet, which is very interesting.
Yeah, because then you could just... I mean, you probably could have come up with a theme argument very easily because you liked that movie. So you
Because
could...
he might have agreed with us then. Like, you see? So there is no such thing as objectivity. You'd be like, oh.
Yeah, maybe. Ugh. Didn't quite get as far as we did with Alex. But then again, we didn't really get far with Alex because he ended up denying it anyway. Yeah?
Yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like Alex... This is very offensive, but it's just my interpretation. I feel like Alex is a little bit more honest about genuinely what thoughts he was having in his head. He was just like, okay, that does make sense. Now I'm screwed because I need to reconcile two things. Give me time. That sort of thing. Well, I feel like Just Right was like, damn it, I have got to find a way out of this. Like, how can I argue this back to them?
There was quite a few moments where he seemed to just kind of dance around what we were saying and try and pull it back to, well, the emotional part's what's important.
Because it shouldn't... Like I said, it shouldn't invalidate the emotional argument, the emotional response you have. It's not like that's my goal, but if it does, that's just natural, is it not? That you felt one way about a thing, then you understood it better, and now you feel differently. It's like that should be something you should embrace, quote unquote.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't see that there's much of a... I mean, if I told you that I had a set of arguments that would make you understand that The Lord of the Rings is horribly made, would you not be like, fucking bring it on?
Oh, absolutely.
That's how I feel about Civil War. There's a lot of films that I'm like, yeah, let's go then. What have you got? Because I don't think my emotional response was not built on straw. Like, I'm not like, oh god, I don't really understand what just happened, but I liked it and I wanted to stay that way.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's much more meaningful to derive it from actual like content instead of just, I don't know, seemed right.
Yeah.
That is what we said. We did make sure to mention the part that it's like it makes good content better.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't make any sense to me to defend something that's objectively bad when that just degrades from the things that are good.
He knows that objectivity exists as well. Like when we brought in the room, I'm pretty sure he understood why he was brought in. It's like he was never going to agree because as soon as you do, it's over. Because what I Hate Everything did was say that yes, objectivity exists, but The Last Jedi is not objectively bad.
Yeah, and it's
much easier to attack that because it's like, yeah, okay, so we got this. But if we're lost to the premise, we're stuck.
Well, we had to kind of coax Alex into believing that objectivity was a thing.
The thing is,
in regards
he's
to
already
movies.
said it in his own videos. It's too late.
Oh, right.
But he definitely wanted to. If you remember, he started saying it's case by case. But it's case by case because he's saying like the room is reprehensible. So is Suicide Squad, but The Last Jedi stands far above them, and we were like, okay, it's our job to bring it down then.
Yeah, it's and like you said, fuck, what did you say? I just had this point and I fucking forgot it. Damn it. Never mind.
Interesting discussion, but I'm not sure how I would actually, if there was a round 2, I'm not sure what kind of thing you can implement because he also said the whole circles thing, I think 3 times, which it never feels good when someone says that to me because I'm always like, are you trying to get out?
No.
Like, because I feel like it happened every time we reached a, something was said and then he was stunned. And they'd be like, okay, we're kind of just circling here. And it'd be like, we wouldn't be if you were forced to reconcile a lot of the stuff that you said with, it's...
I actually remember what I was going to say now. When you brought up pretty early on, why bother making good things if subjectively we can just look at every bad thing as, well, it's got a good theme, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, did he really answer that? I don't really remember.
I don't remember, we'd have to listen to it again.
Yeah.
But,
because it just doesn't seem like people should bother. Because, I mean, I look at all the books on my shelf right next to me, and I'm like, look at all these great books that have great stories. Imagine if they were all just riddled with plot holes and inconsistencies and just idiotic character moments. Like, what would be the point then? Why would we even bother having good things if we should just look at the themes?
and see, that was why I was so interested by the lightning thing from Yoda when he was like, okay, so there could be an answer to that being that, it can only be used on the island, it can only be used as manipulation or blah, 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 blah. And so in my head I was like, he's actually bringing in arguments to objectively defend on an objective point. Does he not see that that's happening right now? And that we can have a discussion on that, and we will reach a conclusion, which will be, they never state this in the film, but yes, it is possible, meaning that it's weak writing. It's not strictly awful. It's just very weak, because I don't think they're ever going to account for it. But then I was like, okay, let's swap over to something that you can't even defend. And then he agreed, and he was like, yeah, you can't defend that. It's like, what we're doing is objective. Like, come on.
Yeah,
we're nearly there.
He was really trying to shy away from that, it seemed.
He even said that he doesn't, give a shit about the robot's perspective, because, that's no one's perspective, essentially. I don't know about you, but, I was pretty much stone set when I watched Fallen Kingdom. I was like, wow, this was bad.
Yeah, I mean, it took me about 30 seconds to realize, wow, this is going to be a bad movie. It was only when that blue scene came that I was like, wow, this isn't just a bad movie. This is, one of the worst movies released this year. I'm still debating whether that movie's worse than Black Panther or not.
Oh.
Because I want to say Black Panther because Black Panther was also visually ugly along with it being badly written. Whereas Jurassic World was like kind of passably okay looking.
I mean, personally, I had more fun with Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom, but mainly because I was just laughing at a lot of it. While with Black Panther, I was bored as fuck.
Yeah. But then again, I was also bored for like 60% of Jurassic World too, so it's like it's definitely those two were like the two worst movies released this year. And Solo. We'll put Solo. I think Solo's probably the best of the three. But that's
yes,
not
but that's
saying
just
much.
your perspective, Wolf.
Man, we didn't ask him about fucking whatever that damn quote he kept using was. Reading whatever.
Oh, reader response theory?
Yeah.
So what he
Fuck.
said near the end there was that the point of the video is to explain objectivity versus subjectivity in a more academic way.
So
that's what that was. Well, I'd say more about explaining why. You know how you could have made the video and said everyone's got a different perspective. It's based on your own history, biases, and what you've watched. Game over. Bye. Instead, he found the academic version of that, which is reader response theory, explaining all these different ways to watch a thing and how you can interpret it. While I stand by what I said to him, which is yes, there are thousands, and all of them are subjective, aside from the one that's objective, because you cannot argue with objectivity. That's the whole point of it, is that you can't argue with it. It comes down to facts, right? You can argue until you get to the completed statement. For example, arguing what shade of the sun of yellow it is. You'd be like, I think it's this one. Then you pull up like a card of shades, and then you match it, and you go, there, we've got it, done. Just like with the plot, in terms of like, did X character know about Y thing? And then you look through the whole scene, you go, oh, he did, right? Okay, yeah, that's new information. That blah 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 changes that. The objective person, you can't do that. If you have the queer theory person saying, well, I don't care because the character was bisexual and that appealed to me, you'd be like, that's great. We can't do anything with that. Bye.
yeah. It's
Which does it not? Am I not giving like a bit of a key moment here as to why the robot is interesting? The robot, you get to fucking actually talk about the minutiae of the film and how it was created, how it was constructed, instead of blurring all of it and then talking about how you felt. I way prefer talking about why it made me felt the way I did with actual references.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the idea of the robot that you presented. It's just a shame that he didn't really acknowledge that the robot was real. He actually said the exact opposite.
Yeah, I think he thought that it was going to be my sort of downfall by bringing in the idea of the robot. But it accounts for pretty much everything. And like
Yeah,
I said, we all have the robot, right? He definitely does. I can tell that the robot works in his head. He just shuts it up every once in a while when he wants to talk about how good something is because of how it felt when he watched it.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen enough of his videos to know that he can talk objectively. It's just the thing with The Last Jedi and movies like it that people just shut off that part of their brain and just go based on feelings for some reason.
Yeah, it's you identify what you didn't see, figure out why, and then you can work with that in future. For example, I imagine I Hate Everything might have a more critical eye for the next episode of Star Wars compared to this one, because maybe he's gonna be like, oh, let's keep an eye open. Maybe he won't. Maybe the bias may have been pointed out, but it's not going to actually have an effect by pointing it out, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Maybe the bias doesn't quite work that way anyway, because he said he didn't like the prequels, so obviously him liking Star Wars doesn't mean he likes all Star Wars films.
He just likes the ones that look pretty.
It could be that. You said that in a jokey way, but it could literally be that.
Yeah, I mean, there's just gotta be something, because I mean, I almost feel like if The Last Jedi was filled with overtly bad actors and looked overtly ugly, I feel like the plot inconsistencies and holes wouldn't be nearly as overlooked as they generally are now. It might actually just be the superficial stuff on the surface that have people going like, oh, it's a good movie, even though when you look deeper into it, it's pretty awful.
I like that he said as well. I think I'm going to use it in my video for the Force Awakens one when I'm talking about objectivity. He actually said, like, word for word, he doesn't like using that word. And it's like, that's what this comes down to for so many content creators. They do not like the word objective. It makes them feel like they've just become, you know, the word of God sort of thing.
I think it's because people in the comments are fucking stupid, and they'll, like, immediately jump to that conclusion without actually thinking. Because the YouTube comments
like
are
you
retarded.
think that what you say is fact. You think your opinions are facts. Like, I'm going to get that thrown at me forever, but I don't care because that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really hurt me if you're a fucking idiot, needless to say.
But, like, isn't it bizarre that that's the point we're at? Like, there's a word that people don't want to say, even if it's accurate. They don't want to say it.
Yeah, it's...
And I'm not talking about, like, a racial slur. This is literally a word that is used to describe things in terms of processes.
Yeah, it really just seems like people are afraid of getting backlash for it. I mean, you can get backlash for anything. I said in my Force Unleashed video that I thought that the Force Unleashed was one of... I literally said what I previously considered to be the best Star Wars game ever made. People took out the previously considered part, didn't watch the rest of the video, and just assumed that I was saying it was the best Star Wars game ever made, even though I spent, like, literally 70% of that video criticizing the game and came to the consensus that it was not as good as I remembered it being. I mean, people will criticize you. People will just get overtly mad about shit for no justifiable reason, no matter what. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. So just not ignoring that objectivity exists because you're afraid of getting backlash for something that some idiot on the internet couldn't understand for himself, it's just useless.
Fact is, if I say, you know, objectively, Black Panther takes place, its opening scene or whatever in 1977, like I said, and then someone says, you said that was objective when it was actually 1997, meaning, well, you were wrong. It's like, what happens then? I go, oh yeah, I was wrong. It's
like,
as if...
you can't ever be wrong on the internet, MauLer. You gotta be right all the time.
This is the thing. They'd be like, so you weren't being objective then? You'd be like, well, with the information I had, I was under the impression I was being objective. Now with this new information, I definitely am being objective. It's like, is that okay? And they're like, well...
Yeah.
Simple as that. But yeah, so I guess, yeah, in terms of, like, whether or not you want to stay subscribed, he's just told you that he's not doing, I guess he's going in a different direction for content.
Yeah, it's weird position to be in, because it's like, I like your really good content because I know you're capable of it, but you just have recently been posting pretty much the opposite of what you generally make.
I suppose we just got a taste of what it would be like to debate Quentin, by the way, because he's another person who says objectivity does not exist.
Well, I guess he's going to be our next target. We go from some random guy on Discord to Just Right. Now, no, wait. Random guy on Discord to I Hate Everything to Just Right to Quentin.
I mean, the thing is, dude, it's just like, there'd be no point if all it ends up is we make a full-on argument and then we get back, yes, but I don't agree with that assessment.
What if he starts making, like, Just Right arguments? Like, he brings up queer theory.
Queer theory.
Man, I wish I asked him what that was.
I don't think he would have known. I don't know, maybe. But, I mean, do I need to find an ancient scholar who wrote in a book about objectivity before it become valid?
I guess so. We gotta look at, like... I don't know, fucking...
That point he made, like, near the beginning, as long as someone thinks it's good, it cannot be objectively bad. Fascinating to me that he actually holds that position.
So, if someone eats shit and thinks it's good...
There were so many ways to break that. I should have gone with, like, you know, someone shooting themselves in the head because they're depressed. How do you reconcile that with shooting yourself in the head, therefore is objectively... I suppose it actually does work, because you could be, like, euthanasia and stuff, so let me... The rocket example should have fucking worked. It didn't. It threw in fiction versus fact or whatever. But I mean, yeah. Is there a fucking scenario where eating shit is good for you? If you want to kill yourself because you're in extreme pain, I suppose that makes sense.
If you want to kill other people because you just like it. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. Murdering innocent children. You specify it to the point where they are absolutely innocent. It's like, is that objective? Maybe the moral argument comes in then. It's like, it depends how you have morals.
Well, that's that, I guess. Anakin was moral.
This is the thing. It's like, Jesus, I don't want to go to the realm where nothing... Because that would have been something to do with him. Go through his fucking Last Jedi video and be like, how do you reconcile this point when you've got these facts? I can't believe he said... Do you remember he said, like, the point that Rose made? Maybe it was ill-timed, but it applies to Luke. It's like, whoa. So you said maybe it was ill-timed, meaning that you actually accept the idea that it's poor in where it is. It's like, what is the argument for how it's great for where it is? So I don't think anyone's tried that, have they?
Probably not, no.
I'm really getting tired of that shit as well, man, where you point something out and then they go, no, it doesn't bother me. It's like, it doesn't matter that it doesn't bother you. That's not what we're talking about.
Well, I guess people can just like bad movies.
I mean, you saw it, when he
mean,
brought up the
just
Infinity
don't-
Gauntlet shit. You didn't see me going, yeah, it doesn't bother me. I was like, yes, that is an error. Talk about maybe how they could have fixed it.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't take away from your enjoyment of the movie. But
It doesn't really need to be said, because, like, it's already stuff that I've thought about. It's like, yeah, because that's objective versus subjective. It's really helpful for your own scale to accept that this shit exists. Because it gets really hard if everything is subjective.
Well, in that case, Transformers Revenge of the Fallen is a good movie. The Room is a good movie. Birdemic is a good movie. How many bad movies can we think of? Just hundreds? Guess nothing is really bad. Not if you have a good theme that makes you feel something. Sharknado.
I just feel like the only thing that would have actually got him to be like, okay, fine, maybe I'm changing my perspective, is to actually like go through the film in slow motion and be like, this is this, this is this, this is this, this is this, and to because you know what his thing was, right? It was like, you can't really scale everything. He was like, you're focusing on like particular plot issue. He kept saying the difference between me and him was like plot and character. He doesn't realize that like I value character beyond anything.
Yeah.
Like, as if the robot goes for plot because who cares about plot, but people go for character because that's what people... I'm just sitting there like, no, that's not where the line is. The robot cares about character too.
Yeah, I think he was getting hung up on some of your definitions for it.
Like I said, I think he thought he had me with the robot thing, so he was like, haha, so it's not a human thing. When what it means is you're very cold about it, right? Your analysis doesn't involve feelings.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that you're an actual fucking... You don't actually hire a robot to do the analysis for you. I probably should have specified that. I was like, you realize what I mean when I say that is that we're all doing it. It's just from a perspective that doesn't involve emotions.
Yeah, someone in the chat said we now have to acknowledge that the Star Wars Holiday Special is good. And the Ewok adventure movies. And Rebels. And the EU books where Luke turned into a bad guy and, you know.
He sounds like he was trying to make out he was better at analyzing than you were. I think he wanted to say that, but he realized that it's
He would
too
kind
far.
of... That would kind of
That would
immediate...
cause issues, because it would force me and Wolf to say, well, we think that you're kind of dreadful at this point.
Yeah, you're kind of
I mean,
extremely
I tried to
disingenuous.
imply it, but I was like, actively... like I said, I can't assume you're lying. It could be ignorant, or just naive, but... yeah, when you're presenting a conclusion, stating it as a fact... I mean, didn't he literally call it, like, how it satisfies the 7 basic rules of storytelling, and then... Damn, I should have got him on that, because that's objective, right? You can't interpret what the 7 basic rules of storytelling are, whatever the hell he said they were. Surely
Yeah.
that's objective.
I mean, he didn't really make a whole lot of cogent arguments for anything. He usually just ended up nervously laughing and then switching gears to something else. And he didn't really make any point about, like, the 7 rules, or even really talk about much of the things that he tried to establish in his own videos, much less defend them.
Well, I mean, I think it's all bullshit anyway, the 7 rules thing. I'm sure there's plenty of great films that don't remotely apply to that thing.
Yeah, I don't even remember what the 7 rules were, so...
We're saying rules, I don't even... Oh, it's basic questions, there you go.
7 basic questions.
Why are there 7 basic questions? Why wouldn't there 6 or 8?
Why not 69? 9.
But, if I could just get the freeze frame of it, his little graph. I'm just scanning through there it is. Yeah, so he's got Leia, DJ, Kylo, Rey, Finn, Poe, Holdo, Rose, and Luke. All of those characters apparently nail the 7 basic questions of narrative drama.
Oh,
and
good.
So
We were wrong about Phasma being on there then. That's good.
Yeah. If we brought in something that directly conflicts with one of those basic questions, is that objective, or are we getting to the point where it's interpretation of interpretation of interpretation just forever? Because this is what we're getting at when we say, like, nothing is fucking wrong when you have that perspective. When someone says, MauLer, you got the date wrong for Black Panther, I could be like, well, it's my opinion of what the date was.
You bring that up a lot. Did you actually get the date wrong in your video?
Yeah.
Oh.
I called Sanctum Sanctorum the Camartage in my Infinity War video. That's wrong too. But do you want me to start saying that it's my perspective on it, and you can't tell me I'm wrong?
I wouldn't have even known one way or the other.
Oh, yeah.
But, like it even matters what year it is. Okay, there's still a hyper advanced civilization. It really doesn't make any difference. You didn't say it was in 77? Your entire opinion is invalid.
That's my counter is, yeah, none of my arguments are based on those facts being wrong, so I'm still in the clear for the most part. But even if I wasn't, which has happened before, there's a couple of arguments in my DS2 videos that are genuine mistakes. I didn't know the Jester armor makes you immune to backstabs, right? And I make a montage of all the time backstabs fail, and there's a couple of Jester robes in there. So my defense is, I've got plenty of proof without them, but yes, I didn't realize that. That's a mistake. And that's fine. But I could just be like, well, it's my interpretation that backstabs should work on this thing, even though mechanically it should not.
Yeah.
And that's just when everything falls apart.
Well, things fell apart with this conversation almost immediately.
I mean, it wasn't long before we realized we weren't gonna... I mean, he even said it as well. Like, he was like, we should stop trying to convince each other.
Yeah, once he said that, I was like, oh man, we got further with Alex.
Well, this is the issue. I said it was like, we can't discuss anything if we're not going to agree on the fucking fundamental assessment, like, criteria. Because all that would happen is you say something that's a problem with Luke's character, then he comes back with, in my interpretation, that's not an issue.
Yeah, I mean, when you're just going to... I mean, he was basically just saying, you're not going to change my opinion no matter what. And it's like...
Yeah.
If you live by that standard, that's kind of bad.
I mean, it's a pattern, because he said, like, you wouldn't want to go into a conversation that would convince him that a piece of content he previously loved would turn into something he doesn't like, to take away the enjoyment. And he referenced the fact that I said winning an argument, which I obviously shouldn't have used that word, but I changed it into learning, growing, moving on, progressing. All good words.
Yeah.
And still, no. Just no.
Just nothing. You're not really going to get anywhere with it.
Yeah, it's a real shame, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we can't, like, always expect that we're going to win every argument or get somewhere with every discussion we have with every single person we talk to. We got pretty lucky with the first 2 times, but it is kind of sad, especially
given that... Well, doesn't it make you wonder... What would have happened with I Hate Everything's one if it was live?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Because maybe Just Right, if he was offline, would have been like, okay, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. That's...
Because I don't necessarily... Like I said, if Just Right agrees with us, it fucking ruins his videos.
Yeah. It kind of means he would have to take down his most recent video.
Yeah, that won't happen.
Yeah. It's sad because I mean, when you go to a channel that's specifically supposed to be for writing, you would expect that he would bring up these problems with the movie, but instead he readily admits he cares more about feelings than facts. So, what does that kind of tell you about that writing channel?
You saw the opening, right? He said to me that he was like, "You're a person that's clearly focused on like plot accuracy," and I was like, "Well, consistency across the board. That's what I'm concerned with.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be plot."
Depressing. Now everyone's demanding the IHE debate.
Well, I mean, we can't do anything. He said that he doesn't want us to upload it, and so
yeah,
we didn't.
I don't want to start bad blood with with Alex just yet. If he starts denying that it ever happened, or well, we had other criteria for that, didn't we? Denying it ever happened, or like saying he never heard a good argument, or there are no good arguments, or whatever, something like that. Then we upload it. But otherwise, he said he didn't want to upload it, so I have it private.
Mm-hmm. I understand how much the people would want to listen to it, but like I said, we can sum it up for you. It's basically that he comes in saying objectivity is not really a thing, that The Last Jedi is good, and that he's excited for what's coming next in Star Wars, and we got him to flip on all those statements.
Yeah, we pretty much knocked down every single argument he had. There is that point in the stream where he literally says, yeah, The Last Jedi is kind of terrible, or kind of bad. I think that was how he worded it, and then...
And he did say that his perspective was changed, but then it flipped right back a few days later, so who knows what it really meant.
He said that he regretted making that entire video, and...
Yes, he did say that.
And then he goes
and I'm pretty
on...
sure he said at one point he wished he had this conversation before making his video.
Yeah. And then he goes on Sardonicast and says the exact opposite. So...
Yeah, I got him to agree that the hyperdrive thing was a major plot issue, and he brought up that problem on the Sardonicast and then said, yeah, it's a nitpick, really. That annoyed me. I was like, if I was there, I'd be like, oh, it's a nitpick now.
Yeah. You know, you only, like, totally agreed with us when we talked to you for 5 hours in the middle of the night, but, you know.
Do you hate Alex? No.
No. I'm disappointed in him, though.
I'm genuinely, I think we could flip him right back and we could get some more definitive statements out of him if he was fucking... The last thing I heard from him about Star Wars was like, he just doesn't want to talk about Star Wars at all anymore. It's like, alright then.
Can you blame him? He knows we're around.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. People, that was one of the questions on my Q&A. It's like, you're going to be tired of talking about Star Wars? Like, I'm alright so far. It's usually because it's not Star Wars that's slowing me down. It's the people I'm speaking to, right? So, like, this was brand new for us to get Just Right's actual... We essentially got his MO, like, how he works.
Yeah.
And it was really disappointing, but we got it, and it's new. New enough, anyway. This whole conversation didn't make me tired of Star Wars. This is almost, like, brand new. All of it was. Just the framing of it was Star Wars.
Yeah. Guy in the chat's asking why I'm disappointed and I hate everything. Because we got him to agree with us, and he then pretended that didn't happen.
Yeah, I think the worst part is that he started the conversation with us saying he hasn't really heard any good arguments. And then he finished it with us saying, like, yeah, I hadn't heard those arguments before. And we were like, okay, cool. And then he said on the Sardonicast, I haven't really heard any good arguments. And I was like, oh, you son of a bitch.
You told us the exact opposite, and now you're gonna try and save face with the public and stick by your inconsistent guns.
I did ask him about it, and his response was, I changed my mind. So it's like, okay.
Okay, well, I changed my mind. You're not a good YouTuber. And now everyone's asking for ER. Guys, we, as much as we would love to have him on, he is notoriously difficult to contact.
Yeah, give us time. Once we get over his sub count, then we'll force him in with the temptation of promoting him. There you go. You'll be like, I'll have to now. It's gonna
Yeah.
happen, dude. The more he's like fucking absent from the internet, we will eventually take over him.
Yeah.
Don't know what he's doing. Is he
You're-
making a solo video?
I don't know. I haven't seen a post from him in about 3 months, which was about the last time he was on the internet. So
Yeah, you're actually more than halfway to his sub count now.
well, I know you're gonna blow by me in the next couple weeks here.
Well, I've got nothing new to cover now. There's no new films I actually want to go see and preemptively cover. Like Ant-Man and the Wasp, I don't think that's going to be great, but I don't think it's going to be bad either.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You've been pretty consistently exploding ever since Last Jedi, so I'm pretty certain you're probably going to get to 100K before I do. Like, at least, like, a month or two.
I just hope that we get to, we both get there before the end of the year. That's the goal.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
100K.
my goal for the year was 75K. I'm at 79K now? Or is that just YouTube fucking with me again? It's probably just YouTube fucking with me, because I think it rounds it up. I'm at 78K, I think. But, yeah, I think we're pretty much guaranteed to get 100K, especially once we're, like, doing Predator, and that downward thrust video might actually do pretty well for both of us.
And genuinely speaking, man, I think that there is an audience to be exploited for defining the line between objectivity and subjectivity and running with it and working with it. Because like, I think a lot of people are tired of the channels like Just Right, where you have no fucking bearing on what is even happening. It's just like, so was the Last Jedi? You know, you go to you see one of the channels upload like how bad the Last Jedi is, like in detail. Have you seen there's a video called like how comedy killed the Last Jedi? Have you seen that?
I feel like I've seen the thumbnail. I don't know if I actually watched the video, though.
I saw the title and I was like, it was more than comedy that killed it. Then I eventually watched it and I was like, oh, that was actually pretty interesting. Like his theory is comedy killed it, but I would be like, it's comedy plus a bunch of other stuff. But it's well put together. It's a very video essay type thing. So if you subscribe to him, you watch him and you go, yes, the film was bad. And then Just Right comes out with his video about how good it is. You'd be like, wait, what? And then someone else comes out with a bad one. You're like, so it is bad. You know, because no offense to you viewers, but there's a lot of people out there who essentially define their perspective based on who they consider to be a definitive source of information about film quality. They'll be like, yeah, the film is bad. The film is, you know, aside from how they feel about it. But the problem is all these channels, they're showing a very small amount of the film when they make their argument. It's usually just one. It's like one focus, which is why mine is so long, right? I'm trying to cover all ends, cover all the arguments, and then be like, so what did we learn by having... You remember I said we all throw our arguments in the air, and then like, you know, which one sticks? Because if they contradict, someone's isn't quite as truthful as the other, then you get to have that. And I really feel like there's just hardly any of that shit on YouTube.
Yeah,
Pretty
no, it's
fucking
all
lucky
just
that we
about...
bumped into each other, to be honest, because like we seem to share this whole thing.
Oh yeah, you just had to insult me in your video to get my attention.
It's funny because without context, you're like, "Oh, you fucking insulted me." But like with context, if you knew my channel, I basically say at one point that there's like hardly any YouTube channels that I don't really dislike. So if you knew that, and then you knew that I actually like 20 videos, you'd probably be like, "Oh shit, like I'm one of the ones he thinks is okay."
Yeah. Well.
And it is because I really like people who are definitive and they have strong evidence. That shit's gold. It's like, yes, you put in the work. Instead of just going, well, if you look at this over here from this angle in this way, and then look at this part in the film as well, then it's pretty good, right? It's like,
Yeah. Well.
What did Rag say? I feel like a lot of these channels really try to force what they want to be the case into movies. The Last Jedi is a prime example of ad hoc argumentation for movies being quality. Yeah. See, this is the thing, right? Me, Wolf, and Rags, and many, many other people have what you could call a talent, a gift, whatever, to be able to discern media down to its composing parts. So, like, we could look at a scene, well, where someone sees a scene, we might see a script instead. We're like, oh, look at the components moving. And so we can define shit off it, but you can use that ability for evil. I can actually make a video. I'm tempted to do this for an April Fool's as well. Basically, you know, do an unbridled praise for The Last Jedi. and just fill it with absolute fucking... I can do it because I know how. I've learned plenty from these fucking people. It's like you just show a very biased view and you can make it look like the film is good. And this is, funnily enough, the point Quentin made against me. He was like, MauLer's just making films look bad. He's not actually like being objective. And it's like, I see them as that. It's like, it's the reverse. I'm trying to point out everything that genuinely groundedly did happen, but they go off what they felt. And it almost makes us look like the villains for trying to say that that's bad. But it's they go off how they felt and they create objective, quote unquote, arguments to support it, whether or not it's true. Is kind of where we're going with that.
Yep. Someone asked if we support the Last Jedi remake.
The Last Jedi what?
Did you not hear about that? Like, some guys are, like, funding, like, a $17 million version of The Last Jedi. Like, they're remaking it with...
Oh, yeah. I didn't hear you the first time I, like, cut out, but,
oh.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, it's hilarious from two different angles. Hilarious that anyone thinks that they're going to be able to do that. And also hilarious that the people that liked The Last Jedi are like, that's just ridiculous. Like, you the movie you like isn't much better. But yeah.
That's probably something we should have put out as well, because this is something that Quentin said about me and Rags. Is that we argue that objective assessments are better than subjective assessments, like just straight up. But like, you know how confusing that is to try and ratify, right? It's like, what are you saying, that objective assessments are objectively better than subjective assessments? You know, it starts to become weird fucking garbage. But what I should have said to Just Right probably is that no, it's no better or worse. They're all on an equal playing field, right? They're perspectives. But the one thing about the robot one is, like I said, you can't argue with it. You know, when he was talking about thousands of perspectives, right? He may as well have just said 6 billion, you know, or whatever the population is, because down to every person, everything's different. But like I said, yeah, they are all things you can't dispute, because that is coming from their head, thoughts and feelings they have. I'm not gonna be able to tell you that you didn't think what you thought or feel what you felt. But we can both argue about what the robot interpreted, because it only accepts facts. Does that not? I feel like that just makes sense. Like, why was he not on board with that? Even
I don't
said
fucking
makes
know,
sense.
man. I wish I could tell you a good answer for why he couldn't get behind that, but I give up on humanity. Well, I think I'm going to close it down. I need to work on this Jurassic World video and then wait 4 or 5 days before it actually goes up. That'll be
Absolutely.
fun. Can't wait for the strike on that. I'll have 2 strikes on my account soon. Yeah, this is probably going to be my last stream for a while, guys. I'm going to get a strike tomorrow.
Yeah, you should probably let them know about that.
Yeah, so Universal is really hell-bent on giving me a strike on my account for my Jurassic World video, even though it's perfectly within fair use. I'm going to fight it, obviously, because I have the law on my side, and they are just blatantly breaking it. But yeah, it's probably going to mean that the next few episodes of the podcast, or at least until the strike drops, will be pre-recorded, because I won't be able to stream. So, yeah, be prepared for that. You got a nice 4.5-hour stream from us today. We even got in a debate that we didn't think we were going to get. Well, debate, conversation, more.
How does chat feel about the debate? Do you think it was non-productive, or do we get somewhere? Anyone learn anything? Was there a point?
Everyone but Just Right learned something, maybe. Kick Rags.
Meh. Talking to a wall. Insightful.
Disappointing.
Fun, not productive. Not
I found
amusing,
it entertaining.
Interesting.
It was awkward. I missed it.
Oh, so a couple of people have said this now. I should have put more pressure on. The reason I don't is because I don't want them to leave. Right? We were close to getting a little bit awkward in that in there because there was a couple of implications that people from both sides were being idiotic, but it was never said. There was a couple of times where people like naturally implied to being idiots. It was never said. The line was never crossed. But since this was the first time we've spoken to him, you want to put it in a position where it's like, okay, yeah, we're trying to be civil here, so the conversation actually goes on.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that people weren't very happy with me about our first debate with that guy from Discord was that I was being too mean. Granted, there was backstory to that because that guy.
The first time he went silent, just right, I was like, "Oh God, is Wolf gonna sing?"
Yeah, no, I wasn't feeling angry this time. Unlike last time, where the guy, I mean, like I told you, that guy was literally harassing me for like days on end, and like all throughout that morning while I was in class, and it's like, dude, you gotta shut up. So, I mean, part of why I was so quiet, aside from just that you were having a pretty good back and forth with him, is I really didn't want to come across that way again. So,
well, see, so this is kind of a cynical presentation, but I feel like we got over it with I Hate Everything really quickly, but there's like a fight to start, and then there's a discussion. And the fight is on the groundwork for how we analyze content. That fight didn't end because he was not budging at all. And you know what the funny thing is? I feel like we were winning objectively that fight, but subjectively, it was anyone's fight. Because it's just like, yeah, you don't define words the same way you do, so you can't do anything. But yeah, with I Hate Everything, it was a little bit shaky to start because of the fact that the premise of the I Hate Everything fight was me telling him that I wasn't going to watch his content anymore because of how much he's changed. It was very, like, almost dramatic. And so it came in, and me, Rags, and Wolf all fucking despised the comment he left on the video that is now deleted because he called me childish and condescending in it, I believe. So, yeah, started off really badly, but it recovered in about 10 minutes, and then it was just a full-on discussion talking about the film for 5 hours. It was very calm, very friendly.
Yeah. Well, it was more like 4 hours because the right opinion... Because Alex didn't start talking until an hour in after the right opinion left. Mostly because the right opinion wouldn't stop talking.
He wanted to talk about... I can't remember what it was. It wasn't really Star Wars, though, I don't think. Oh, it was Quentin, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, because you were having your back and forth about that. I didn't really have anything to add about it because I still haven't watched a single Quentin video. I think I've seen like a screenshot of something where he had like some stupid phone on a plant or whatever.
I don't think Rags is home yet, but once he is, I think we're still on board for doing the Quentin right opinion video.
Yeah, we'll just need to schedule it ahead of time and shit.
Mm-hmm. People asking who Quentin is.
You don't want to know.
Fucking hell, I got 7 PMs to look at on Discord. I wonder if they're like, MauLer, you are not a good arguing. Just bear in mind, folks, I was not going to bite his head off because it's cruel.
Yeah.
With the guy we debated the first time around, he fucking legit was crying. Like, it was...
If you want to see some real entertaining stuff, go watch the Not So Great debate. Because that's, I mean, if you ever want to watch a guy cry over The Last Jedi, that's...
I think that's what we can take away from this, Wolf. If we debate somebody who thinks The Last Jedi is good while also agreeing that objectivity exists, we'll be fine. But if they think that Last Jedi is good and objectivity doesn't exist, then we're fucked.
Unless we can convince them that objectivity exists, but...
We'll see. That's asking them to fucking change their entire perspective on analysis. Do you really think you're going to do that to someone who started doing this before me and you did? It's like...
Sadly, probably not.
I mean, this is something the right opinion said to me. He was like, what, you think you've cracked the code on objective analysis? It's like, that's the part I think that they struggle with. It's like, it's too unbelievable that you have a better method of analysis than me, you know? That sort of thing.
Yeah. Well.
And I'm not even saying that I do. I'm just saying mine's consistent. That's all. Is yours consistent?
Mine? Or...
No, not you.
Okay.
You know, everyone who fucking debate.
Yeah. It's
And that's the
it's,
thing. Me and you will fucking make mistakes here and there in terms of consistency. Maybe we'll be more apologetic to stuff that we have a bias towards. But again, that's all a part of it, isn't it?
yeah, just about. Unless it's
It's just
something
like,
so
that's
bad like
fine.
The Last Jedi that was like, oh wow, this thing we love, we can't even defend the thing we love.
Oh.
Good.
I should tell you that a friend of mine from Germany visited for the week, and we decided to have him and the friend I watched Interstellar with 4 years ago to all watch Interstellar again while recording and pausing if we wanted to discuss something. This time around, instead of extending the film to a 5-hour recording, it was a 7.5-hour recording.
God.
And somehow, the film is now worse in my eyes than what it was before.
Hmm.
I can't wait to make my video on that film. Like one of my most hated films in existence.
Yeah. Like I said, I rewatched it because the last. I kind of regret posting, like, putting that as one of my favorite films in that Things I Don't Hate video. Because I hadn't watched the movie since it, like, came out. So that was, like, 3-4 years ago. And, well, once I rewatched it, I was like, oh, my memories were much better than what it actually is. I mean,
And
there's
see,
still
so,
some good
you won't
parts
be
in it.
interested. You won't be interested in the arguments because you want to maintain that emotional feeling, right? That's how that works.
No, I mean, I'll probably still watch your video.
I am trying to make a joke, but yeah,
Oh.
just the idea that like, oh, and by the way, like if anybody's wondering, I really don't mind if Just Right has been here the whole time listening or anything. I would have said this to him.
Has he been?
He could be. I don't know. I'm just some people. Someone asked if he was. I think.
Oh.
Yeah. Is Just Right creeping in the chat? Doesn't matter if he is or not. It's okay. Like I haven't said anything that I think would make it so he'd never speak to me again.
I mean, we said much harsher things before he came in.
Yeah, I think I think it was worse before. Which I still have to appreciate the fact that he actually came in to talk. That was a good sport.
I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah, no. And again, like if I was to have another conversation, I think I don't know how I'd go about it because it just comes down to Stonewall. So it's just like nothing much to do.
Yeah.
Nice to meet him though.
Yeah. Disappointing, but nice to meet him. We've met a lot of YouTubers this year.
I think the fact that the whole objectivity thing is a thing is actually getting us a lot more notoriety than we probably would have realized.
Yeah. I mean, it really got a lot of traction. I mean, I didn't really hear much about a subjectivity versus objectivity debate, I guess you could call it, until this year when people like you and me started like actually objectively arguing things.
It's the I guess I was doing it with games, and then I do one film review, and so I'm like, yeah, this applies to films too, and that's the part that got me in so much trouble and appreciation at the same time. It's at the end of the critiques I say that The Last Jedi is a bit objectively bad. And it's so funny because it's like a split of 50% across the world, where people would have heard me say that and go, yeah, it is, and the other half went, what? I was with you up until that point.
Yeah.
But as long as, yeah, see, this is the thing. If I make a video later on and I point, say, for example, Annihilation, point out all those holes and then go, but objectively, it's a great movie, my fan base would fucking implode.
Yeah, it's...
Even if they all like the movie.
I don't think that would work too well.
And that's the other thing. Rags is a fan of objectivity versus subjectivity too, so it's lucky that, I say lucky, he kind of found my channel, so...
Yep.
It's just that there are those people, and it's it's neat to meet them, sort of thing.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd meet like any YouTubers, much less like a lot actually this year, because I've had interactions with you, Rags, YMS, ER, Actman, Late Night Gaming, Fringy. I feel like there's someone else. I don't know. I don't remember. Definitely someone else. I don't know. That's kind of cool.
I mean, Fringy's coming to London soon. He was like, he was potential for a meetup. It's just like,
Oh.
he has no idea what day he's free though, but it's like awkward for me to get to London. So I was like, Yeah, I don't know if that'll work out, but it'd be cool.
Yeah,
And yeah, I don't want to keep you from being able to end your stream, by the way. So if you want to do that, go ahead.
Yeah. Make sure you avoid the Muslim sex rings.